Launch me to your island, I'll give you a chase. If you want my body too, losing myself, that's the way I like it. Got me in a haze, now all that I'm seeing is blue. Dancing in the dark, clubs over the stars. I'll give you the keys to steal my heart. I just wanna know ya, I just wanna know ya, I just wanna know you better. Diamonds on your face, can you leave a trace? Lucy in the sky, but give me a taste. I just wanna know ya, I just wanna know
Let's play pinball. Pinball. Turbo mode. Enabled. 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 Pinball. Turbo mode enabled. Turbo mode enabled. Let's play pinball. Pinball.
Tied up, tell me why do you act so tough? Cause inside I can see that it eats you up. You get I wonder why do you cry so much? So tired, you're trying to find it. All these good dreams, when you wake up it brings bad luck. You lose sleep, overthinking will get you stuck. You seem like all the time I get all fixed up. Betray me with a switch seats. Reach out my hand to you, I'll pull you in closer. Open the windows up, sun on your skin soaked up. All of your gravity goes when the wind picks up. Lift off your free falling until you feel weightless. Oh, you gotta let it go. Higher than a spaceship. Now you really set it off. Now you feel weightless. Now you feel weightless. Till you feel weightless. Oh, you gotta let it go. But psychics tell me why does it cut so deep? The head speaks for the heart cause it gets too weak. You pull strings but it still doesn't feel so sweet. Let me give your friend reach out my hand to you, I'll pull you in closer. Open the windows up, sun on your skin soaked up. All of your gravity goes when the wind picks up. Lift off your free falling until you feel weightless. Oh, you gotta let it go. Higher than a spaceship. Now you really set it off. Now you feel weightless. Now you feel weightless. Till you feel weightless. Oh, you gotta let it go.
Step up, make your body rock. Gotta keep it jumping till you hit the top. So keep dancing all around the block. And when the morning comes, no, you don't stop. Beat drops and the music blasts. So just use the pop and shake it there, yeah. Throw shapes up like nobody's there. Break down, put your hands in the air. Put your hands in the air.
behind. Take what you want and make off in the night. Young and we're reckless, you reap what you sow. Burned out both ends like the time that we sow. Faster than lightning, we're on a roll. Take me on a journey, get out of control. Ooh, jumping on the midnight train. Going somewhere I can't explain. Ooh, jumping on the midnight train. Jumping on the midnight train. Feels so right, oh, oh, feels so There's no escape, these thoughts in my mind. A whirlpool of wrongs, it feels so right. Out of the darkness and into the light. Move with momentum, I know what you like. Freedom, we're chasing and climbing new heights. Taking a risk, yeah, we're rolling the dice. Faster than lightning, we're on a roll. Take me on a journey, get out of control. Ooh, jumping on the midnight train. Going somewhere I can't explain. Ooh, jumping on the midnight train. Jumping on the midnight train. Feels so right, feels so right. Feels so right, oh, oh, feels so right. Feels so right, feels so right. Feels so right, oh, oh, feels so
We about to turn it on. Turn it. We about to turn it on. Turn it. We about to turn it on. 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 We about to turn it on. Go, 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 go. We about to turn it on. Turn it on. We about to turn it on. We about to turn it on. Turn it. We about to turn it on. Turn it. We about to turn it on. Constantly changing, always rearranging, always rearranging, always rearranging. That is constantly changing, always rearranging, always rearranging. Constantly changing, always rearranging, always rearranging, always rearranging. That is constantly changing, always rearranging, always rearranging, always rearranging.
Yeah, you told me I would have to wait. After all these conversations would result in nothing. Wish my friends and I could celebrate, but these plans keep falling through because there's always something. Say that you want me when I'm in the room. Then when I ask you, tell me it's too soon. Guess all your words were too good to be true. I'm done waiting, sick of saving all my hope tonight, 'cause your empty promises don't satisfy. No more compromise, 'cause I don't need you to act like we're alright. Act like we're alright. Act like we're alright. Call your number, never pick it up. Even though last week you said we'd spend the day together. Say you're sorry, but I've had enough. It's a toxic situation, you can't make it better. Say that you want me when I'm in the room. Then when I ask you, tell me it's too soon. Guess all your words were too good to be true. I'm done waiting, sick of saving all my hope tonight, 'cause your empty promises don't satisfy. No more compromise, 'cause I don't need you to act like we're alright. Act like we're alright. Too many chances of redemption. Think it's about time I learned my lesson. No more compromise, 'cause your empty promises don't satisfy. Been a while since I've seen my face, smiling at the thought of a warm embrace. Looking for a friend that I can't replace. You might be the one, so I'm gonna say I've been on that love drunk prohibition, but thinking that you might be my new addiction. You think I like 2020 kind of you, 'cause we can quarantine just me and you.
No, there ain't no stopping us. Fly without boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I be moving fast. Call me a shooting star. Let 'em know who you are. Flying up in a bar. Wish on a star. Time to show 'em who's in charge. Call me a shooting star. Shooting stars.
Didn't even get to cross.
I said I'm moving too far. Get to glass. Looking at a shooting star. Got more than a couple of people going mad. I swear they're rooting hard. Tell them I be big in the game like she went and got them breast implants. I said I'm moving too fast. Didn't even get a glance. I'm ready to eat up track like I'm seated in a restaurant. If you had swag like mine, you know it's best to flaunt. We aren't hating because you aren't. Shining like it's neon. Rock like kings of Leon. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, they never just have to leave. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, they never just have to leave. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting shots. Shooting stars. Shooting stars.
Didn't even get to cross.
Night after night.
Activating goodnight sequence. Dispersing appropriate dosage of compound 347. Initiating phase 1 of memory calibration. This won't hurt a bit. Just close your eyes. Walking on the moon.
One moment to escape. You're walking on the moon. I've never been. Dance again. All our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. All our trouble seems to fade away. When we dance
Feel me like a Hellcat. Feel me like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat.
I can picture what you're thinking of. My imagination's not enough. Oh, no, it's not safe to say what you're always looking for. Hey, someone to make you feel like. Don't wanna think of all those that you can pick and choose from. Talk about us like you want it. Stop talking like, ooh, we ain't lost it. You don't seem to know, ooh, oh, you're on cruise control. Don't wanna think of all those that you can pick and choose from. I wanna make you feel like you talk about us like you want it. Stop talking like, ooh, we ain't lost it. You don't seem to know, ooh, oh, you're on cruise control.
Keep on rocking.
seem so far away. The only thing between us is empty space, empty space. And even when the music is loud, I'd rather be no other place than here with you now, here with you now. Here with you now. See your face in the crowd, but you don't seem so far away. The only thing between us is empty space, empty space. Even when the music is loud, I'd rather be no other place. Here with you now, here with you now. Here with you, I see your face in the crowd, but you don't seem so far away. The only thing between us is empty space, empty space. Even when the music is loud, I'd rather be no other place. Here with you now, here with you now.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe. town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Looking back, all the things I miss the most, it all comes into focus. You're not around. Ooh, when you're gone, it's like everywhere I look reminds me I can't shake these memories. Yeah, I swear summer got a bit shorter when time flies looking over my shoulder. I fall for you when it gets colder. Part of me won't believe it's over. Try I'm running away from the past I left behind. I'm looking for answers, but I'm blinded by the light. I'm lost in the music, can I stay here for the night? I promise I'll be gone in the morning, out of sight and out of mind. No blind, out of sight and out of mind. No standing still. It's like you're stuck in a nightmare, but you keep doing it for the thrill. Well, this is reality, you only live it once, so wake up from your dream. But just for tonight, let the lines get blurred, let your thoughts be free, let your thoughts be free.
I'm standing on the edge and I'm looking to the ground. I see the grey skies are coming all around. See, I start to lose my vision, but I'm holding on to sound. No fear, I'm still hearing. Raw skin, but I'm healing. No fear, I'm still hearing. Raw skin, but I'm healing. I'm holding on to sound. No fear, I'm still healing. Raw skin, but I'm healing. No fear, I'm still healing. Raw skin, but I'm healing. I'm holding on to sound. 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 Don't hold me back now, no looking down. I'm standing on the edge and I'm looking to the ground. I see the grey skies are coming all around. See, I start to lose my vision, but I'm holding on to sound. No fear, I'm still hearing. Raw skin, but I'm healing. No fear, I'm still hearing. Raw skin, but I'm healing. No fear, I'm still hearing. Raw skin, but I'm healing. No fear, I'm still hearing. Raw skin, but I'm healing. like you don't care. And we're leaving everything bare. And in the water I see cold reflections of what's really there. I'm not waiting on love, our time has come. We're fighting empires and I want to feel the fire again. It's not easy to love when the world is numb. We're fighting empires and we're gonna feel the fire again. Feeling like I can't be there, and all the valleys that we're marching on through, not even aware that it's the darkness that's so hard to see. And I'm asking you to fight, just about the difficulty breaking free from what's really there. I'm not waiting on love, our time has come. We're fighting empires and I want to feel the fire again. It's not easy to love when the world is numb. We're fighting empires and we're gonna feel the fire again. I'm not waiting on love, our time has come. We're fighting empires and I want to feel the fire again. It's not easy to love when the world is numb. We're fighting empires and we're gonna feel the fire again. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof, we know we're future proof. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof, we know we're future proof. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future.
The green apple. Now, if we can draw a line that separates some variants and same for the red, same for the red. A new piece of fruit that we've never seen, and the oranges are slightly more juicy, colour, and water is on this area, and if it falls above the line. Now, if we can draw a line that separates from the orange below the line, we can a new piece of fruit that we've never seen somewhat outlier measure its weight and its colour, generally plot it on this graph, and if it falls above the line, say with some level of confidence that the computer program is below the line, probably, and of course, some outliers may that something wrong, some generally speaking learn, and this is essentially what this is the essence of machine learning. The only difference, computer program is figuring out the equation of its life. There's a chance you might automatic bad features. But if you can do that, you can have very powerful learn. This is very easy for our previous example. And this is the essence of machine learning. Very simple. And we can see here that
feeling, shake it off right. Just a little tonight, just a little tonight. And you breathe it up, breathe it all right. I keep singing the name, yeah, I'm singing the name. And you feel it, yeah, you feel it, shake it off right. And you need it, yeah, you need it, shake it off right. And you scream it, yeah, you scream it, shake it off right. And you breathe it all, breathe it all right. And you feel it, yeah, you feel it, shake it off right. I can't shake this feeling away. After all this time, I still break down. You're a piece that falls to a memory now. I know I can't keep you from running away. Gave it all, but I called just a little too late.
around the world. You might be wondering, well, how hard is that for companies and individuals? Well, it's so simple. Once you finish training, export, let me just walk through this code here. Down here, download the results.
This workshop is about maximizing your hackathon experience.
You might be wondering, well, how hard is
I'm
that?
going to give a brief overview of myself.
It's so simple. It's like a single slide.
I'm
Then we
director
have
of
the image
operations
tag
at
at the top here, plain old HTML,
pretty much on the 4ds CSS measure.
library, and the second one is
my first
representing library classification computer vision. Now,
How do you sort of maximize this opportunity? I know a lot of you guys
new image,
have ways to have
representing location, and we pass
Now
code
it's really about putting in the practical steps to how to actually maximize the experience.
and notice when we have
if you're here right now, pretty much what that's
the
model
might be a megabyte somewhere inside the server,
there's a lot of
website,
it's a huge mobile
device. And notice the way to use operation, the model might be a megabyte. Second line here, and take the element by daisy. That's just grabbing
a lot of you guys are beginners. This should serve as a catalyst.
On the second line here, we then have that's just grabbing a ref image, and then finally we just want to wait the model HTML. Of course, this could be other things, image from the webcam, even though it's very fast,
So this hackathon
a million years, and then finally we wait for model classify and we assign a JSON object. Again, this is even though it's very fast, JSON might be millisecond, and that million years as far as communication, when you that we assign a JSON object,
it's going to be
predictions and trigger your JSON back to your web and see the results.
The second thing is
something and a different application, whatever it might be.
Got a feeling it burns in my chest. It's growing larger with every breath I take. When I fight it, I hide it, it takes me down. Yeah, I know we created a mess. It's growing bigger with every choice we make. Yeah, we're here, we keep coming around. The more it itches, the higher we go, the harder we fall in and out of love. We should burn those bridges, never look back, but in the end we lose ourselves again, together.
And let's say now
larger models, and the cool thing about the larger models has the same
I think the most common mistake I've seen.
So you've also got the same story for the server side. You've also got the same story for the Node.js side. How you run
They did not
Node.js
plan
on the server side. And the cool thing about that, just
don't
like
plan.
and the
Sign
same
out
thing
and
about
the
that,
cloud.
it
Sign out
has the
and
same
the
C++
cloud.
binding. So you can get the same
Sign
CUDA
out.
acceleration. So you
And
can
then
get the
keep
same
those
CUDA
acceleration
acceleration card on the
in a bit
AWS server side on the
in a bit
Node.js
whatever
side. If you do prefer to store Node just as type
because that
that really makes you can add digest or things can run faster.
The last thing I'd say is
Node.js
GitHub,
if you've got a saved CRS model,
regardless of what happens,
so if you do prefer to store user side, if you do prefer to store use, I can add to digest the result in the same. You can add to digest save on Node.js,
even though
any
this
kind of that version in
Fora,
Node.js, got a saved CRS model and run that on their saved CRS model at the same on their saved side as a regular side.
So if you already have
that gives you advantage any kind of saved
together. The energy, it's blacking me out. Being so close to you, I'm paralyzed. So I'm breathing it in, everything. Oh, the more it itches, the higher we go, the harder we fall in and out of love. We should burn those bridges and never look back, but in the end we lose ourselves again. Together. 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 The more it itches, the higher we go, the harder we fall in and out of love. Together.
Wish my friends and I could celebrate, but these plans keep falling through because there's always something. Say that you want me when I'm in the room. Then when I ask you, tell me it's too soon. Guess all your words were too good to be true. I'm done waiting, sick of saving all my hope tonight. 'Cause your empty promises don't satisfy. No more compromise, 'cause I don't need you to act like too good to be true. I'm done waiting, sick of
There's no escape, these thoughts in my mind. The world full of wrongs, it feels so right. Out of the darkness and into the light. Move with momentum, I know what you like. Freedom, we're chasing and climbing new heights. Taking a risk, yeah, we're rolling the dice. Faster than lightning, we're on our road. Take me on a journey, get out of control. Ooh, jumping on the midnight train. Going somewhere I can't explain. Ooh, jumping on the midnight train. Jumping on the midnight train. Feels so right, feels so right. Feels so right, oh, oh, feels so right. Feels so right, feels so right. Feels so right, oh, oh, feels so right.
Tied up, tell me why do you act so tough? Cause inside I can see that it eats you up. You get I wonder why do you cry so much? So tired, you're trying to find it. All these good dreams, when you wake up it brings bad luck. You lose sleep, overthinking will get you stuck. You seem like all the time I get all fixed up. Betray me, we can switch seats. Reach out my hand to you, I'll pull you in closer. Open the windows up, sun on your skin soaked up. All of your gravity goes when the wind picks up. Lift off your free falling until you feel weightless. Oh, you gotta let it go. Higher than a spaceship. Now you really set it off. Now you feel weightless. Now you feel weightless. Till you feel weightless. Oh, you gotta let it go. But side creeks tell me why does it cut so deep? The head speaks for the heart cause it gets too weak. You pull strings for the still doesn't feel so sweet. Let me give your friend. Reach out my hand to you, I'll pull you in closer. Open the windows up, sun on your skin soaked up. All of your gravity goes when the wind picks up. Lift off your free falling until you feel weightless. Oh, you gotta let it go. Higher than a spaceship. Now you really set it off. Now you feel weightless. Now you feel weightless. Till you feel weightless. Oh, you gotta let it go.
Just follow my shadow, baby. Hold on to my hand, I know you wanna. Just follow my shadow into the night. Just follow my shadow, baby. Let go of the past, you know you wanna. Just follow my shadow, baby, tonight. Just follow my Just follow my shadow, baby. Hold on to my hand, I know you wanna. Just follow my shadow into the night. Just follow my shadow, baby. Let go of the past, you know you wanna. Just follow my shadow, baby, tonight. Just follow my shadow, baby. Hold on to my hand, I know you wanna. Just follow my shadow into the night. Just follow my shadow, baby. Let go of the past, you know you wanna. Just follow my shadow, baby, tonight. Just follow my shadow. Just follow my shadow. Just follow my shadow, baby. Hold on to my hand, I know you wanna. Just follow my shadow into the night. Just follow my shadow, baby. Let go of the past, you know you wanna. Just follow my shadow, baby, tonight.
in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, won't you let the light shine through? In the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for you,
I feel it coming again. That's what she told me, what she told me, what she said. Yeah, maybe it's all in my head. Cause I've been holding every breath. A rush of blood, it hits me like a flood. That touch so bad, the kind you wish you had. I got a good feeling, we on the ceiling. I got a good feeling, I got a good feeling. You got me reeling, and I got a good feeling. I feel good. I wanna break the tension. That's what I told him, what I told
into the light. Slowly heal the darkness in my heart. I hear you now. The taste was all I needed. I feel your love, loud and clear to the end. It's you and me. I'll follow you to the end. I'll follow you to the end. To the end. Breathe me into the light. Slowly heal the darkness in my heart. I hear you now. A taste was all I needed. I feel your love, loud and clear to the end. It's you and me. I'll follow you to the end.
And you feel it, yeah, you feel it, shake it off. Just a little too late, just a little too late. And you breathe it up, breathe it all. I keep singing the name, yeah, I'm singing the name. And you feel it, yeah, you feel it, shake it off. And you need it, yeah, you need it, shake it off. And you scream, yeah, you scream, shake it off. And you breathe it off, breathe it off. And you feel it, yeah, you feel it, shake it off.
Reach up higher.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary side. Heard about me, it's all lies. If you want, go change your mind, yeah. Don't want to intimidate, but more than just conversate. Don't want it to be too late, yeah. Know that I'm not usually your type. Darling, there's no need to be shy. See the curiosity in your eyes. Come a little closer, babe. I don't bite. You've been getting on my good side, and it's something that I can't hide, yeah. When I'm with you, I'm tongue-tied. No, no, you're not that dramatic, but I'm out of you, I'm an addict. I can't get enough, and I know that I'm not usually your type. Darling, there's no need to be shy. See the curiosity in your eyes. Come a little closer, babe. I don't bite.
Wow, look at all the people already here. Can other people turn off their cameras, or is that like hidden? Can you see me? I can see Michael.
I gave you host, Riza, no, I made you host and I accidentally lost host permissions myself.
What? Rosendo has all the power in the world now.
Yeah, I was meaning to make him co-host, but then I accidentally clicked the wrong button. It's fine. Nobody ever liked Zoom anyways.
100%. Can anyone else hear me? See me? See how it's going? I meant anyone who's not an MLHer, ideally.
Can you guys hear us? Drop a message in the chat if you can hear us fine.
Gideon hits us with a hello, so we know you're in some capacity. Gideon, can you theoretically unmute yourself and stuff like that, or are you guys like stuck?
I have a mic.
Okay. Look at that. Love that. Cool. You met Swift and his brother once. I met Swift a billion years ago because he went to the same university as I did. And he was just slightly older than me. But yeah, we're all from MLH. I did indeed go to Rutgers. Who's Swift? Get out of here, Rosendo. Rosendo, you're banned. Thanks for coming, but I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
Boss.
You're from NJ2? Nice. Swift's the director of MLH. He's the CEO, but close enough.
JP Givasol, co-host, Firms.
Am I the host?
Yeah.
Yeah, I made you the host.
Okay. You're a co-host. And Hannah's already co-host somehow. And you're co-host. Like, awesome. Good. How's it going, everybody? Are you having fun so far, Davis? Wasn't that opening sick? I was so impressed by how professional that opening looked. When those ads started, like the sponsor things, I genuinely thought like a YouTube ad started because they were so insanely high quality. And I was like, what the heck is this? That was nuts. But thanks everybody for joining on in. We're going to be doing the U.S. Air Force Cybersecurity Challenges today, which is super fun and super exciting. They are really, really silly, and they're kind of puzzly. So to give you like an idea, we're going to be walking through them together. So there's going to be time for you to try to solve them all on your own. If you solve it all on your own, that's great. Just drop a message being like, I did it. And that's wonderful, but also be a little patient for everyone else who's maybe catching up behind you. We will walk through the entire thing by the end together. So everyone should be solving them as we go through them. So the place that I need all of you to go to, I'm going to link to it right now, is going to be, sorry, 1 second. We're getting in there. Why am I not signed in? I was going to tell everyone else. So the one thing I need everyone to do as well, if you have not yet, you're going to have to make a MyMLH account. And I can show you how to do that in just 1 second. Sorry, just look. Okay, there we go. We're good. So if everybody can navigate on over to here, I'm going to drop it in the Zoom chat. You should be able to go over to that link. If you are not logged in, if you hit begin the challenge, it'll prop open a form for you to create your MyMLH account. Shouldn't take very long at all, just a minute or two. Just check some boxes, and I think it asks you for your t-shirt size. That's just for us for when we're sizing t-shirts for seasons. But if you can just make your MyMLH account really quick and then hit begin the challenge once you have it made up, I'll give everybody, I'll say I'm going to give you all 2 minutes. I believe in your ability to click through forms quickly and type out things fast. And then at 4:05, we're going to go ahead and get started. What you should be looking at once you're in, I can share my screen real quick, is something that looks like this. This should be what you're looking at. For the record, it says sign in here. It is not asking you to put in your MyMLH information. If you do that, it's going to say no. The sign in here is the CTF. We're trying to get into the system. I'm going to go ahead and unshare so I can see everyone's lovely faces / Zoom avatars. How are we doing so far, everybody? People, accounts made? Anyone looking at it? Cool. Almost done? Nice. You're a pro. Parminder's over here speed running our form. What was the login again? You don't know what the login is yet, unless you're talking about your MyMLH form, in which case you should make a MyMLH account. But since we're almost at 4:05 here, you should be looking at the page that says your first challenge on the left side, and it just has a login field on the right. There's nothing there. If you're feeling like a smarty pants and you want to try to solve it on your own right now, you do have the tools provided to you to solve this, but it is a little bit of a silly exploit that we're going to be walking through. Cool. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to share my screen. So for those of you, first of all, to introduce myself very quickly, my name is JP. I'm here from MLH. I spoke in opening really quickly if you were there in attendance. But I'm also joined here by a bunch of other lovely MLHers in no particular order. They are Michael, Rosendo, Hannah, and Manav. They're all here this weekend. Make sure you say hi to us. I'd love to talk to you, get to know you a little bit. But today we're going to be talking about CTF cybersecurity challenges. So if you've never heard of a CTF before, it's a general security challenge where people who actually like hacking into systems or like finding out like signals that are being sent across like different devices and stuff like that, it's a challenge for them to find certain flags within that code, right? That's why it's called a capture the flag, because when you find the flag, you've captured it, right? It's like a hacking deviation of regular capture the flags. So we're going to be walking through probably 2 of our little capture the flag challenges here. There is another one to do if you want to. But this first one here, right? We're presented with a login field. We've got like nothing else to work off of other than the fact that this is a website. We are given a little bit of a guidance and a hint on the left side here that says use your sleuthing skills to audit the website for data that the developers may have accidentally left exposed. Now, if those of you who have made HTML websites in the past, you may be able to start thinking about different things you could do. And I'm going to give you a hint that we're going to have to, you do not need to pull open you don't need to look at the coding of this website at all whatsoever. It's much simpler than that. So if you put your thinking caps on for a second and try to think about maybe some different things that you can navigate to, let me know in the chat if you're on to any leads or if you can find it out immediately, if you're a wizard. I'll give everyone like 10 seconds and I'm going to start throwing some suggestions out there. What's the sign in? We don't know. I know, it's very sad. Source code? I don't think it has anything to do with the source code. The HTML source code? I don't think so. Unless it secretly does. But it shouldn't, theoretically. So when you're making a website, right, there's a bunch of files that ultimately you have to put in your file directory for when you put that website live on the internet. There's Gideon is on the right track. I don't know if Gideon's cheating, but Gideon has immediately ID'd one of those files, which is a file called a robots.txt. Gideon, for the rest of the class, if you want to say it in text form, can you tell us in 10 words or less, what does a robots.txt do? I'm giving Gideon a big challenge here. I'm on the edge of my seat. List files to crawl and not crawl. That is a wonderful description of a robots.txt. So basically, what robots.txt does is it communicates to sites like Google and tells them what they're allowed to look at and what they're not allowed to look at, right? And obviously, maybe pages that you're telling sites not to look at might not be the best pages to like let somebody get to, right? So when you're navigating a website, right, let's see if we can just, in this URL bar up here, like, are we just allowed? Can we just go to the robots.txt? Look at that. This looks like somewhere I'm not supposed to be. This is just rich text on a white background. So this is specifically telling sites like Google, again, what they're allowed to look at and what they're not. There's a couple of things here. There's our index.html. That doesn't sound very interesting. There's a question mark. And then there's a slash there that says something that's secure. Now, if I was a hacker, anything that said disallow and the word secure is something that I probably want to go toward, right? So I'm going to give everyone like 15 seconds here. See if you can figure out what to do with that information and let me know if you get the flag. For the record, if you do find the flag, you're going to copy the information that's inside the little brackets where it says flag. And then you're going to go back a few steps and there's a field on the page where you said begin the challenge where you can slap in that flag and solve the problem. Anybody in there yet? Anybody a super genius? Anybody solving it? Enrique says finish. Enrique's in there. Enrique is a super hacker. Parminder says, yeah, done. He been done. And Hannah's popping off for everybody. Nice. So I'm going to walk us all through here. But basically, these are clearly like things you would put towards the end of a URL, right? So up here, my URL where it says robots.txt. Looks pretty similar formatting. So if we're just lazy and we highlight this fella and we plop this on in there, bada bing, bada boom, I found me a flag. And then again, I can just take this flag here. And if I back up a few steps, I didn't open it in this window. If you back up a few steps, there's a field that says drop the flag in here. And then we can go ahead and solve that. Cool. I'm going to stop sharing for just a second. That is the first challenge. So the first challenge was all about insecure file infrastructure, right? Very simple and rudimentary. Honestly, if you leave your robots.txt that open and vulnerable, that's a bit silly and you're asking for problems. But simple problems like that do come up quite a lot in web development. So we're going to go ahead and go into our second one. Oh my gosh. You just joined. Where can you find the challenge? I'll link it to you in just a second. We're about to start the second one. Good news, they're not related. You're not missing nothing. So we're going to go on over back to challenges.mlh.io. And now we're all going to head on over here. I just posted it in Zoom. So again, you're just going to, this is the page where you could put it in your flag. I'm going to go ahead and hit take the challenge. And then I'm going to share my screen once again to make sure we're all looking at the same dang thing here. Boom. Look at this. So this is quite a bit different than our first one. Not a little login field. In fact, there's a big jumble of words here. This one more so than other ones. If you're savvy with your ability to maybe hack into some things, you could probably solve this one on your own pretty quickly. As a quick warning, if you're going ahead of me, it is case sensitive in the end. So play with cases. Make sure you find the one that works. But we're presented here with a bunch of letters. So does anybody here either unmute yourself and say it aloud for the whole class or pop it into the text chat, whichever one you prefer. But does anybody here have any idea how we might go about maybe solving this?
CyberChef with the GCHQ has those tools for decoding ciphers.
Enrique, you came in real quiet for me. Can you say it one more time?
Oh, sorry. Give me a second.
You're good.
CyberChef has a tool to decipher ciphers.
Yeah, 100%. And you're using the keyword there, cipher. Cipher just being any combination of letters and words that have been jumbled up that they're not meant to just be read straight up. There's a lot of different online tools you can find on decode ciphers. As to which the tricky part, though, is that you do have to kind of know, unless you're using something that's a little more sophisticated, if you're just trying to brute force it, you would have to know which kind of cipher this is. I will say this is a very simple type of cipher. ROT13, it is not ROT13, but good guess. Does anyone... Boovni is over here trying to get extra credit. Boovni is correctly identifying that this is a Caesar cipher. For some history lessons for y'all, old Julius Caesar sitting up on his throne in Rome was like, I got a good idea. I don't want people to read things that I'm telling other people. What if we took the alphabet and we shifted it over a little bit? And everyone was like, that's brilliant. They'll never solve it. They can never do it. Turns out people could solve it pretty easily, but the idea remains. A Caesar cipher is one of the most simple forms of encryption. It is basically just the letter A turns into like the letter B if you have a shift of 1, right? If you got a shift of 2, it goes from A to C, and that's it. So this is a Caesar cipher. The one you have will be unique to you because you are a special person and you deserve it. So we all don't have the same number of shifts or the same code. Yours just happen to be ROT13. Does ROT13 just like solve Caesar ciphers, or is it just Caesar ciphers? I actually don't know. You might be able to solve it if you just have like a ROT13 open. That's really funny. It is, right? Okay, that's hilarious. So if you find a Caesar cipher solver online, which try saying that 6 times fast, you can just pop this in there and try to brute force it. A lot of them will have you just increment it 1 shift at a time. And until you see words, some of them will just like jumble it up. And if they see a word, they'll throw it back at you. But if you just Google Caesar cipher solver, there's 15,000 different web tools, because I think that's like an early computer science challenge that a lot of people find interesting. But if you go ahead and crack it, you're going to go ahead and get a password. That is not the flag, is the password for this field right here where it says login. And if you plop it in there, you will get your flag. The password is case sensitive, and I'm going to be honest with you, everybody. I always forget whether it has to be in caps or has to be lowercase. If anybody knows, let me know, because I always forget. Can anyone help me out?
It's got to be caps.
Got to be caps. Resendo with the big assist. But if you throw it in there, you should be able to solve it. And that should be that for the second challenge. Is anyone stuck? Does anyone not follow me? Is everybody with me?
So you said you can just look up the Caesar cipher and possibly get it, or can you explain that again? How to possibly do that?
Yeah, so like literally if you I'm just gonna Google Caesar cipher solver. and you'll find like 4,000 different websites that can do it. I always just go to the first one. Yeah, this is the good one. It might have a billion ads on it. I don't know. Between you and me secretly, I use an ad blocker. But the first one that pops up in my Google is always the one I just use. And then I just copy and paste the information on this flag thing, throw it in there. And then it gives me, yeah, that's the exact one that I use, Josh. Geekcode.fr. So if you're looking for a good one, that's the one that I use. You should be able to just copy and paste it, and you'll get the password. But yeah, those are super simple cipher. Encryption, right? For those of you who are like super unfamiliar with how encryption works, encryption is just stuff like encryptions, that's not what I meant to say. It's like the Caesar cipher, but way more complicated, right? They're basically huge algorithms that exist to jumble up words and text and make them really unparsable, and then they can be solved only by the people who made the encryption, which is like the whole point of it. So whenever you hear someone say that like something is secure because it's encrypted, it just means that if you were I did stop sharing my screen. Does anyone else need me to share my screen?
I hear somebody's microphone talking. Maybe it's yours, actually.
Is it me?
I hear just you're double speaking, and I hear myself on your mic, or someone else's.
Anyone else hear that?
I'm good.
Roman, am I hooked up to your stereo surround system, and am I just coming in Dolby 4.2 for you?
Sounds nice and clear, but it's every time you say something, that everything is like this.
Interesting. Well, I'm sorry that my ghosts of my twin brother is here and he's double telling you everything that I'm saying. I'm sorry, I'm haunted.
As long as it's not doing the same for else.
Awesome. So there is a third challenge. I'm not going to lie to all of y'all. The third challenge is a little bit more complicated than the first two. If you want to take a crack at it, I would love it if you would. And if you get stuck on it or you actually find out how to solve it all on your own, definitely at me in the Discord and be like, I did it, or at me and be like, I'm stuck. What do I do? But I think that trying to walk through that is a little outside the scope of the amount of time we have for today. But what I would love to do is I do have some prizes here that I can raffle off. I got 3 of them, but I do have a limitation. I can only raffle off these prizes if you're in the US. I'm super sorry to anybody who's participating from outside the US. I hope you had a fun time walking through these. But if you're in the US, can you do me a favor? Can you drop a message in the Zoom that just says me? It says your favorite animal, whatever it is you want to drop in there. Just give me a message in Zoom right now if you are inside the US. Me cat, me fox, heck yeah. Foxes are awesome. All right, I'm making a list. Me badger. I thought someone just said me pizza, and I was about to be like, that's not an animal. Okay, so I'm making a list here. We got Abhishek. We got Nick. We got Gideon. We got Guadalupe. We got David, who's representing the Badgers. We got Ishani. We got Parminder. We got Hong. Simon, Red Panda. Simon's got taste. A fellow New Jersey, and I respect it. Josh. Gideon said, wait. That's Gideon, what are you doing to me? We got Wyman. Edward. Sorry, Enrique. Can you solve with Steg Solve? That's fun. We got Jai. Steven. And Laura. Rachel. Wow, there's a lot of people. I'm sorry. Usually this goes way faster. Boofy. Waipang. A bottle is not an animal, but I appreciate your gumption. Celine. Mitchell. Shrek is also not an animal, however, fine taste. And then Roman, representing the Tigers. Peter. Zoran, who's confused. And okay. Wow, that is 24 people. Thanks, everybody, for showing up, first of all. Second of all, I'm going to go ahead. The way this is going to work is I'm going to go on over to random.org, and I'm going to pick random numbers to raffle off. We've got 24 people, so I'm going to go random number between 1 and 24. And I've got 3 whole prizes that I can give out. I have got a wireless charger, I have got a laptop sleeve, and I have got a Bluetooth speaker. I've got 3 prizes. The way I'm going to do this, I'm going to draw 3 different numbers. The first one who's drawn gets to pick between the 3 of them. Second person picks the one from the remaining 2. The third person gets our remaining prize. Does that make sense to everybody? Great. I love it. You're all being so wonderful tonight and so vocal. So I'm going to go ahead and pick a random number here. Number 4, Guadalupe. Guadalupe, do you want a laptop sleeve or a speaker or a wireless charger? Which one would you like to go home with today, Guadalupe?
Can I get the speaker?
The speaker. Guadalupe is receiving a wonderful speaker. Guadalupe, can you do me a favor? Can you just shoot me a message over on the Discord? Just send me a DM and be like, it is me, Guadalupe, just so I remember to give you a form. Congratulations, Guadalupe.
Hey, thank you.
Walking over there with the speaker. I'm going to go ahead and draw our next number. Hold your breath, everybody. 24, the last one. What are the statistical odds of that? I feel like you are just unlikely to do that after the last one. But Zoran, are you with me? Are you on the line? Zoran is with us. Zoran, do you want to receive a laptop sleeve or a wireless charger? Which one do you want today?
I'll take the wireless charger.
The wireless charger is going to Zoran. Same thing, Zoran, if you can just shoot me a DM on Discord. I am in there. That way I remember to send you the form and I can decipher it in case your screen name is not your name whatsoever. Awesome. And then we're going to go ahead and draw our last number. Someone walking home with a wonderful, beautiful laptop sleeve to protect whatever it is that can fit inside of a laptop sleeve, preferably a laptop. Number 3 is going to be going to Gideon, the hero himself. Gideon, you're walking home today with a beautiful laptop sleeve. Once again, can I ask you to shoot me a message over on yonder Discord? Even if you don't have a laptop, it is also a wonderful pizza warmer in case you need to warm up your pizzas while you're on the go. Thank you, everybody, for participating in the MLH Cybersecurity Challenges today. It was a great job. Does it fit your desktop? You know, with some altering, if you get like a sewing kit, you could probably make it work. I believe in you. But awesome. Okay, thanks everybody. That's gonna be it. I hope you're having fun here at HackDavis. I hope you're looking forward to our next things. Our next mini event we're doing in a couple of hours here is gonna be the Bob Ross one. We're all just gonna be painting some funny pictures of trees. There will be no raffle for that one, I'm gonna be honest with you, but it should be a lot of fun and very calming. So bring your nicest cup of tea and come paint some trees with us and Bob Ross in a little bit here. But thank you, everybody. You have a good one.
Keep on rocking.
Walking on the moon.
One moment to escape. You're walking on the moon. I've never been. Dance again. All that trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been.
In my heart, you're back again. The start of nothing. I felt it hard, came me in. Caught in the wings of love. Was it all to pass the time? But you had to leave behind empty promises or feelings lingering. Your shadow lives here in my head. You run through my veins, I'm frozen. The flashback echoes back again. Your love is a chain unbroken. Your love is a chain unbroken. Your shadow lives here in my head. You run through my veins, I'm frozen. The flashback echoes back again. Your love is a chain unbroken. Sun goes down, you're back again. Still got me hoping. We're hand in hand, hold me up. Feels like a dream, your touch. Was it all to pass the time? But you had to leave behind. No apologies or feelings lingering. Your shadow lives here in my head. You run through my veins, I'm frozen. The flashback echoes back again. Your love is a chain unbroken. Open eye, feel the waves cut through me. Hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me.
I'm standing on the edge and I'm looking to the ground. I see the grey skies are coming all around. See, I start to lose my vision, but I'm holding on to sound. No fear, I'm still hearing. Raw skin, but I'm healing. No fear, I'm still hearing. Raw skin, but I'm healing. I'm holding on to sound. 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 I'm holding on to
Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah.
All summer we laid in the park, 80 degrees by the time it gets dark. My head on your shoulder, I'm around mine. Racing you down to the edge of the water, the way your tattoos look under your collar. I'm not gonna worry, we're passing the time. And the hardest days are going fast, and I know that nothing ever lasts. 'Cause it feels like we're both where we're supposed to be. Window down, driving slow while you're kissing me, but I know I'm gonna crash. Cities made for losing you, falling, finding someone new. But call me at 2 in the morning to say you're feeling too. Cities made for losing you, and fighting and for getting through. Coming over at 3 in the morning because you're feeling too.
Step up, make your body rock. Gotta keep it jumping till you hit the top. So keep dancing all around the block. And when the morning comes, no, you don't stop. Beat drops and the music blasts. You just use the pop and shake it there, yeah. Throw the shapes up like nobody's there. Break down, put your hands in the air. Put your hands in the air.
result in nothing. Wish my friends and I could celebrate, but these plans keep falling through because there's always something. Say that you want me when I'm in the room. Then when I ask you, tell me it's too soon. Guess all your words were too good to be true. I'm done waiting, sick of saving all my hope tonight, 'cause your empty promises don't satisfy. No more compromise, 'cause I don't need you to act like we're alright. Act like we're alright. Act like we're alright. Call your number, never pick it up. Even though last week you said we spend the day together. Saying sorry, but I've had enough. It's a toxic situation, you can't make it better. Say that you want me when I'm in the room. Then when I ask you, tell me it's too soon. Guess all your words were too good to be true. I'm done waiting, sick of saving all my hope tonight, 'cause your empty promises don't satisfy. No more compromise, 'cause I don't need you to act like we're alright. Act like we're alright. Too many chances at redemption. Think it's about time I learned my lesson. No more compromise, 'cause your empty promises don't satisfy. I should have been a skater, maybe a heartbreaker, some kind of creator, simple money maker. I'm just a simple money maker. Time passing me by, I'm cold but it's July, and I know that my disguise will melt off in a sunrise. And I know that it's designed for the sun to make me shine, but it feel like this time that my heart's been mummified, and I won't make it to the night. They tell me I'm too young to be thinking like this. Got my life ahead of me, but feel like it's in abyss. Like my life left for a mistress. Call me back, I must have missed it. I should have been a skater, maybe a heartbreaker, some kind of creator, simple money maker. I'm just a simple money maker.
I think I can fix myself if I write rhymes, but I'm lying to myself, and I know that it's a sign that the more I try to sing and the more I ink it down, I get further in my head, and the ink it makes me drown. All these words I put on paper, they become my traitor, saying I'm a failure. Fuck was my eraser, I left it at my neighbors. This pain is in my nature. Got my 9 to 5, man, I don't feel alive. From the suburbs where I drive, feel like 25 to life. I should have been a skater, maybe a heartbreaker, some kind of creator, simple money maker. I'm just a simple money maker.
Don't you know that I'll be here for you till we got nothing left to do? Tell a couple jokes and enjoy the view. I'll be here for you. Don't you know that I'll be here for you till we got nothing left to prove? Write it down in ink, I'm a drunk tattoo. Always here with you. Don't you know that I'll be there for you wherever you go? I'm a guarantee like Curry Street and Harlem Street. So whenever you're lost, I'm blue. Up on some cruise to see you soon. And when the show ends, the credits roll without you. The piano's out of tune, but I'll play it for you so we can have stuff to do in the afternoon. I'll be here for you, yeah, I'll do it with you. I'll stick till it's through, yeah, you know that it's true. Sometimes we laugh and sometimes we cry. Sometimes we get drunk and buy shit that we find online. I'll be here for you, yeah, I'll do it with you. I'll stick till it's through, yeah, you know that it's true. Don't you know that I'll be here for you till we got nothing left to do? Tell a couple jokes and enjoy the view. I'll be here for you. Don't you know that I'll be here for you till we got nothing left to prove? Write it down in ink, I'm a drunk tattoo. Always here with you. Call me fast, I drive down in a flash. 2 hands on the whip, won't crash. Changing lanes so quick, whiplash. Twist and turn so drastic, life feels like a Tarantino. Don't know where it ends, roll the dice, a casino. The piano's out of tune, but I'll play it for you so we can have stuff to do in the afternoon. I'll be here for you, yeah, I'll do it with you. I'll stick till it's through, yeah, you know that it's true. Sometimes we laugh and sometimes we cry. And sometimes we get drunk and buy shit that we find online. I'll be here for you, yeah, I'll do it with you. I'll stick till it's through, yeah, you know that it's true. Don't you know that I'll be here for you till we got nothing left to do? Tell a couple jokes and enjoy the view. I'll be here for you. Don't you know that I'll be here for you till we got nothing left to prove? Write it down in ink, I'm a drunk tattoo. Always here with you.
Like a Hellcat. Coming like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Coming like a hell. Like a Hellcat.
I can picture what you're thinking of. My imagination's not enough. Oh, no, it's not safe to say what you're always looking for. Hey, someone to make you feel like. Don't wanna think of all the who's that you can pick and choose for. I wanna make you feel like. Talk about us like you want it. Stop talking like, ooh, we ain't lost it. You don't seem to know, ooh, you're on cruise control. Don't wanna think of all the rules that you can pick and choose. I wanna make you feel like cover to the top. You talk about us like you want it. Talking like, ooh, we ain't lost it. You don't seem to know, ooh, you're on cruise control.
the fool you wanted to. Why do you keep spinning my wheels for you? I toss and turn, seem so absurd, but is this real love, baby? Is this real love, real love? Real love, real love.
God that the brothers on the rise now. Endless celebrations all in my house. Levitating now, I'm super duper fly now. London boy, but DC where I reside now. Put the time in while you always yelling time out. And for quit it, cause I know I'm coming with it. You were sitting, you were wishing I was handling my business. Now I got the ball like Harry Potter playing Quidditch. And my business is humongous, you would think that happens in there. Oh man, I'm all that, yeah, I'm all that. Working for that whip, yeah, that what you call that. I'ma blow up in the summer, have them yelling fall back. And I've always been ahead like an effing ball cap. Man, I came in the game like, whoa. Got a couple chains on me cause I like gold. They told me I'm the best and I told them I know. Cause when I'm in your town, every ticket I sold. Yeah, they saying I'm the man. Facts, bro. Facts, lot of haters. Tell me where they at though. I'm the new pop, all I do is rap though. Want me on your song, throw a couple stacks, yo. Woo! Everybody wanna do the same thing. Yup, that's why we ain't on the same page. Do my own thing, and I maintain. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah, I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah. I'm going mainstream. Damn. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Woo. I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Just saying I'm the man. Facts, bro. Lot of haters. Tell me where they at, though. I'm the new pop, all I do is rap, though. Want me on your song, throw a couple steps, yo. Everybody wanna do the same thing. That's why we ain't on the same page. Do my own thing, and I maintain. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah, I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream.
I'm running away from the past I left behind. I'm looking for answers, but I'm blinded by the light. I'm lost in the music, can I stay here for the night? I promise I'll be gone in the morning, out of sight and out of standing still. It's like you're stuck in a nightmare, but you keep doing it for the thrill. Well, this is reality, you only live it once, so wake up from your dream. But just for tonight, let the lines get blurred, let your thoughts be free, let your thoughts be free.
Hello.
Hi, Kevin.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes. I think we have a couple of other workshops that are going over for a little bit. So,
Oh, really? Okay.
A couple of minutes to filter in. How are you?
I'm good. It's, Saturday. I usually don't do any work on Saturday, but like today I just put together the Fora journey, and I'm excited to share a little bit with y'all.
Yeah, I think it should be cool. The workshop's being live streamed on our website and Twitch and YouTube as well. So there's a couple of there's definitely been like a lot of people who are watching from there because it's a lot easier than actually joining the Zoom meeting.
Okay. Well, I'm excited. Yeah, it looks like a pretty awesome workshop, honestly, and lots of really interesting people. I think I got to see one of them with Amelia. I think they were talking about how they make stuff, and yeah, it was definitely pretty eye-opening.
Yeah, should be pretty cool. I was able to sit in on that one too. So it was pretty interesting, I thought.
Yeah, I don't know if I will take, the whole hour, but I will for sure fill up sometime. Yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe we could just give like a couple more minutes. But I mean, I think it'd be cool to like, just treat it as like kind of talk a little bit about your journey, take some Q&A, advertise the different positions that you're looking for.
Of course. Yeah, I saw a few other things too, like y'all are using like something gather.town and stuff. Am I supposed to be on that also?
You don't have to. It's just like a virtual platform for people to kind of join and like walk around and just kind of experience more of like a in-person menu but online. So it's a bit more of like a Pokemon map.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna just share my screen anyways, just so I like don't forget. Or am I allowed to share my screen or?
Yeah, or I can change those permissions if.
Okay.
I think you should be able to share now.
All right. I will share whatever anyone else is seeing. Hopefully you can see it actually. All right. I think so. Cool. Let me know when we should get started and when folks start trickling in and such, and I'm happy to get this going.
Yeah, we can probably get started in the next couple of minutes.
Okay. Let's see.
How's everyone doing?
Oh, I can see some other people in here. Hello, everyone. Let's see. And I imagine like questions and such, I can just take them from the chat and things like that.
Yeah, for sure. And if most of our viewers would be watching from the live stream, then we can probably also like have people be more interactive, I suppose, on the in the actual Zoom call.
Okay. This is officially my first conversation, and excited to see what this will be like. So let me know. I'll just be in the background.
Yeah, can probably just go ahead and get started.
Okay. Sounds good. Cool. Well, hi everyone. My name is Kevin. Today I'm here just to talk a little bit more about a company that I've started called Fora. And hopefully y'all can see my screen and everything. I guess I'll start with, an introduction to myself. So I'm the CEO and founder of Fora, actually. And this team of ours is actually a lot more. I wish my co-founder could be here, but I'll say a little bit more on that. So what I really want to spend time on today is just to tell y'all about the Fora journey and really how we got to where we're at today. I put a rocket ship there. It's pretty, I'm dreaming of a rocket ship, but hopefully we'll get there soon. To kind of tell you a little bit more about us, so with myself, I started this company with my co-founder. His name is Lewis. And really the way that we got to this point was, for me, I grew up in Cupertino to these Asian parents who had immigrated here. And I think my entire life, they had wanted me to be a doctor. So I started my career off as a pre-med. I studied neuroscience. I actually got a master's in neuroscience. And I think while that was really great, throughout my college life, I had always dreamt of building something that could pertain to not just one person, but a lot of people. And so I also studied, product design. I studied computer science. And throughout that journey, I started to realize that, wait, why do I want to be a doctor? Is it because I want to, or is it because my parents want me to? And so right after I graduated, I kind of delved into finding opportunities in technology. I think I had applied to a bunch of med schools, and I had took the MCAT. But during that gap before you start medical school, which I still had about 9 months left, I started, networking and meeting people, and ultimately I landed upon this company called Upkeep. It was a one-person startup, and it was in a garage. But I think this startup, what it gave to me was this opportunity to see what it's like to build a company. And I had told the CEO at the time, I'm a smart guy and I will do whatever you want. And hopefully I can do something that help this business grow. And what was great was I ended up meeting my co-founder there as well, Lewis. Lewis's background, he had worked at a company called Tinder that y'all probably already know, but he was one of the first engineers there. And so we had poached him somehow to join this company called Upkeep. Ultimately, we were in the business of building beautiful software for people to be more productive, more particularly maintenance teams to be more productive and happy as well. But him, myself, and the CEO of Upkeep at the time, we were nobody. We hadn't really know that many customers, but they got into a company called Y Combinator that accelerated the business. And instead of going to med school, I told UCLA, I'm sorry, I don't want to start med school yet. Can you give me another year? And I stayed at Upkeep for a little longer with Lewis. And, that company was great. We were like warriors there, learning a ton of things. I think while Upkeep, we went from, of course, 4 people, and then we got to 10 people, and we got to 30 people, and 50 people, and 120 people. And I still love that team, but I think Lewis and I really became close during this experience at this company called Upkeep. Really, for us, he was part of the engineering side. I was part of I'm a smart guy, but I'm gonna just do whatever the business can do. And so naturally I laid towards the sales and marketing side. What we found together was that everything that I had learned from the customers through sales and marketing, I would take this binder and an Excel spreadsheet, and I would take it to Lewis, and I would tell him like, hey, these are what the customers are saying. How can we turn this into a real product? And Lewis would go in and build something that was a compilation of what all of the customers had said. And I think we did that over the next 4 years, just trying to build this product. I think that was probably one of our biggest takeaways. And we were like, whoa, we actually have the ability to build something great that not necessarily we think is great, but what customers think are great. But the synergy comes from someone needs to collect that data from the customers and then take it back to the product building team and ultimately release it out to market. Because we had such a great synergy there, I think it naturally made us become really good friends, and we started building something of our own while at this experience. And that's kind of how we got to Fora. So with that in mind, what is Fora? Well, with Fora, we are aiming to build a people's network for young adults to interact in social experiences with avatars. You know, while we were at even Upkeeping in our past, you know, with Lewis, he was at Tinder really early on, and he had imagined this experience that I'm gonna build an app that is gonna create meaningful relationships for people. And y'all know what happened with Tinder, which is great. It's a great company, but it's not really meaningful relationships. For me at Upkeep on the sales side, I was like, I wanna build and give happiness to people. And I think those two ideas put together, we were like, let's build an app where we can do exactly just that. With Fora, we put ourselves in our college shoes, which isn't that long ago actually, of what we really liked about our experience. Was it the neuroscience hardcore molecular bio that I was doing, or the physics classes for Lewis? Was it the hardcore chemical engineering and computer science? Yeah, that was interesting, but what is most memorable to us is the people that we've met and the conversations that we had. And for us, really, we saw kind of the landscape of how we could do that and replicate it. And we found that, well, one, doing this on camera is quite hard because, you know, with even COVID, my hair is growing longer and longer. And also I'm kind of a shy person. So let's use avatars. And then secondly, let's put a game in it because we're kind of washed up wannabe gamers and whatnot. But for us, really, that's kind of how we came up with this idea. And so as you can see, it's the avatars, that's your virtual identity. And you have other people that you can potentially interact with. This also allows you to go into other rooms where you can potentially meet new people as well. For us, really, we saw that, well, you know, is it the avatars that really, I guess, make us innovative, that copy or mirror your facial expressions? We didn't think that was the case. We thought it was like how people interact. And so we thought of like new ways that you can talk with each other. It wasn't just like this conversation that was an open canvas. And so we started to build more and more on how we could change how people interacted. So that's what Fora is. With that in mind, would love to tell y'all a little bit about why we chose to work on Fora. If you kind of look at the market of how people interact today, it started with, you know, in-person interactions. If you think about in the 1800s, even in the 1700s, the only way that you can really meet someone is in person. That's really long ago, actually. But how about before COVID? You know, the best way to meet someone was probably through a mutual friend, through some type of event like a dance or a club that y'all are in. We saw this huge shift from this in-person interaction being the crux of how we meet to digital interaction. And this meant it was virtual, it was online somewhere. For us, really, we saw that how can we continue to ride this wave of folks talking to each other virtually? And we saw this gray space because there are so many other companies that are trying to do so. I think what we saw in this gray space, if you will, was, well, how can we inject something that it seems to be lacking within this digital interactive space? And we thought that it was authentic connection. We saw that the world was craving authentic connection, but really for us personally, like we really craved authentic connection. Yeah, I would say like we have friends and we have people to talk to, but what we wanted was new perspective, new people that we could also share these connections with. When I reflect back to like 2020, when I reflect back to college even, and I think about what that time was spent doing, and I think some of the best moments there were the new friends that I made. They were the new perspectives and stories that I've heard. I think as our lives started to progress, we found this, I guess, this closing funnel of meeting new people. And with COVID even, we felt that it was even harder to do. So we looked online and we're like, okay, well, how about house party? House party was only with our close friends. We looked at other platforms. Well, I did say we're wannabe gamers and we're terrible at gaming, so no one on the gaming world wanted to be our friends. We were looking everywhere that like, where can I just be myself and meet new people? And it was quite hard for us to find. And so we believed that, well, let's build a platform that focuses on authentic connection. And that's why we put in avatars. I don't have to focus on how I look. I focus on the conversation, and the avatar will do its job mirroring how I look. We started to think of different experiences. How about like topics? How about low pressure ways to talk? But as you can tell, like we were creating that authentic connection so much that every idea that we were building, it was like super fun for us to do. Like we were never getting tired of it, honestly, because we were always innovating new ways that we wanted, that we liked. But naturally, with, I guess, any other thing that's focusing on authentic connection, there are always other people that are doing it. So we looked at the market. We're like, we can't just build stuff and think that we're the only ones doing it. And so we looked at all of the other apps out there. We did some market research. We saw that there was social existing in every vertical. We saw it in health and wellness, music, even dating. For us, we're like, well, we just want to meet new people. So let's be in this friend discovery space. So how can we exist in this space with 20 bajillion other competitors? This was kind of the crux of, I guess, or the beginning of how we started to narrow down our ideas. Before, we were everywhere. We were like, I'm gonna build games. I'm gonna build this feature. And we were building it, and there was really no focus in that. There was like really no focus. We were building anything that we thought was cool, and naturally, what we started to find was we're not focusing on the problem that we were initially trying to solve, which was how can we have authentic connection in a virtual space? So with a little bit more market research, we decided that, okay, I think we got it. It is a social experience for users to want to talk with each other through avatars and through facilitation. We built this and we designed it, and we did it literally in like 2 weeks, and we just shipped it out through a beta test, and we naturally got just some pretty interesting metrics. We started to measure it through just the number of minutes that people were talking. We measured it by two things that anyone measures by, which is retention and also number of accounts made. But we did this over time, and what we did see was that, yeah, like it seems that there is a need for people to want to talk with new people, not just their friends. There is a space and a craving to be yourself with someone new. And I think with just this graph right here, which wasn't too long ago, but we were like, hey, we have something, let's go fundraise. And so we started to fundraise a little bit, which was kind of interesting. I put this here because I realized the fundraising journey for us wasn't very similar to what the world says fundraising is like. If I had to go back to like the biggest thing I've learned from fundraising is like everybody that you meet ever that you can remember matter in your fundraise. Because those people potentially have the opportunity to be somebody in the future and know somebody that might actually have extremely high net worth to potentially give you money. I give this one chart right here because this is one of the just trajectories that I had followed. I had met this guy, his name's June. He's a comedian actually. And I moved into this LA. I was basically nobody. I was at this startup, really no one knew what Upkeep was even, but he was this burgeoning comedian. And I had met him, we had become friends, but there was nothing for me to gain from that experience except for the fact that it was a new friend. It was one of the most memorable friendships, actually. That connection of mine, he ended up getting casted into this media company that made a ton of YouTubes about thought-provoking conversations. And it's called Jubilee Media. And he introduced me to the CEO of Jubilee Media, who, by the way, is one of our investors today. That person, his name's Jason, introduced me to the founding team of Twitch. That was a great conversation. That team introduced me to YouTube. The founder of YouTube is Steve, and he introduced me to Will Smith's VC. And all of a sudden, this network of someone that had nothing to gain from led to a really big network for me to now fundraise from. I have so many other networks that grew like this. A friend in college named Lewis Kang, he introduced me to Reid Hoffman. Reid Hoffman introduced me to the CEO of Moderna. And all these people I had never thought at the time were going to be the reason why I would get fundraising from. And that's the biggest piece of advice I have to anyone who's looking to fundraise, actually. Yeah, you can go in and pound the phones, do cold calls. I don't know if that's the smartest way for anyone to fundraise. In fact, it's extremely time consuming. It's extremely hard because you're gonna get no one to pick up. But what I leaned on was just the people that I met in college, the people that I met in everyday life. And that really led to this experience of warm introductions so that I can fundraise. And I wasn't even looking for fundraising from June, who I'm extremely appreciative of, but it just was, I want to meet new people and I want to show you my best, but I'm never going to close the doors to meeting you for any reason. And I think back all the time to when I was in college, and all the people that I knew. Everything you do in college, yeah, sure, getting the A is great, but I think it's the people that you ultimately meet and knowing that they potentially have the ability to allow the future of your company and the livelihood of it, honestly. This is only one of the tracks that allowed us to allowed my company to fundraise this little small humble pre-seed, honestly, but it I do realize that like what I know now is that investors don't really respond if you don't have a warm introduction. And sometimes it's just as simple as that one person that you met in that one class in college. And that's kind of my advice to anyone who might be interested in entrepreneurship. Is that yeah, people really, really matter. So yeah, so with that in mind, like we started to fundraise and I met some really cool people throughout this entire journey. But really, you know, for us, the next milestone outside of a pre-seed is to get to some traction. And we need to build this narrative, honestly, that hey, this is a company that sticks. And so yeah, I can get 1 million downloads. But really the goal to get to the next stage is what they call product market fit. And that means people want to stick around and they want to stay on the app. And even better, they want to share this app with other people. And so, yeah, naturally, that's what we're trying to use this money that we have with so that we can get to the next milestone is finding a feature in an app that someone will stick around for. I think every industry has different benchmarks. For us, we're trying to hit like this 30% retention is what they call it. And that means a third of our users will come back every, you know, at least once every day. And that is a compelling enough story for me to say, yes, 30% of people want to meet others through the social experiences that we provide using these avatars that mirror your facial expressions. That's kind of where we're at right now as a business. And yeah, it's been quite a journey. And I have a ton of other like, you know, stories that I could talk about, but I think rather than telling y'all that, I think it's just about focus on that one KPI that will get you to the next milestone. You know, we moved from first heads down building a product to now figuring out how we can get 30% retention for people to stay on this app and nothing else. Nothing else really it means that much to us because it's so easy for us to say, I want this feature, I want an AI algorithm, I want more of this, but without that focus, I think it's quite hard for us to grow. So that's all we're doing right now is focusing. So yeah, that's what Fora is. And yeah, I would love to just open this up to any questions that y'all have. And yeah. I see here some questions in the chat. Yeah, Jubilee is the company that makes YouTube videos. They focus a lot on thought-provoking videos that allow people to share their perspective and allow them to tell their story. I think what's interesting about them is they want folks who can share their opinion and their story about things that aren't widely accepted. It is something that I'm trying to focus on a lot with Fora too, because you'll notice that there are things that you can't really say, especially in the environment that you live in. But Jubilee does a good job really bringing that out of people so that they can talk and speak their mind without any judgment. And so, yeah, that's what we really want to get. Is fundraising always necessary, or can we expect our product to make enough money to make its own funds? You know, that's a really good question. And in fact, the latter is is a little bit closer to where your head should be at when thinking about building a product. I don't know if you can expect your product to make enough money in the beginning, but a profitable company is the goal. And some of the best companies that you have are some that you've never heard of. They don't need to IPO actually, and they have investor level scale just because they are profitable. I think a lot of companies do end up dying because they can't reach profitability, but that is kind of the mindset that one should really think about. But I will say, fundraising, it depends on your vertical, of course. And fundraising is more about adding fuel to the flame. It's about spending money to grow and accelerate to a point where you can do a little bit more. For me, really, I had saved every single dollar that I had made since I started working. Not everyone needs to do that and should do that, honestly, but I didn't need to fundraise that much money. In fact, I only gave a very small percentage of my company to get this fundraise because I used a lot of my own funds. And I think what folks say a lot is founders usually don't realize how valuable their equity is until they need to realize that, which is when they're a lot bigger. And I wouldn't ever give more than 30% of your company this early on. Like, I would say probably until you get to a Series A, meaning you have a stickiness and you have product market fit, like sure, like let's think about 30% then diluting it that much. But it's more about how can I get to the next milestone. And when I came out into this fundraise, it's like, I'm only raising the bare minimum for us to get to the next milestone. And it's pretty tough because I see competitors all the time that raise 5 million, 10 million. They have more money, more time, more resources. And I'm like, holy moly, how am I going to compete against that? But at the same time, I don't think I would even know what to do with X amount of millions to grow meaningfully in that manner. I can throw money at the wall all the time, but of course you want to grow meaningfully. So that's a great question, honestly. It depends on the vertical. With Upkeep, didn't raise. We just had a product that people were paying for, and we're cash flow positive right in the beginning, and that was great. But that was a B2B SaaS company. Fora is totally consumer social. Yeah, and I think there's not really any other questions. I mean, Julie, I don't know if you're there. Are there like more questions that I can answer aside from the fact that we're growing? And yes, we're totally hiring. And oh, I heard somebody.
Yeah, I have a question.
Sure.
Why are you guys aiming for customer retention and not expanding your customer base?
Yeah.
Fora actually like DM me on Instagram to join their Fora stuff. And like I was really interested, but I have an Android and this app's on iOS. So what are your plans on expanding like onto other platforms?
That's a great question. So when I think about, I guess, what metric you want to focus on, retention or acquisition, of course it depends on the vertical, but with Fora, we decided to focus on retention as the metric. Well, there's a lot of metrics there, but it's what we wanted to focus on right now. Why? Because we felt that retention is the machine that allows acquisition to happen. What I mean by that is, with having a mechanism that makes folks want to stay means that you start to solve this problem in the startup world called the chicken and the egg problem. It means how do you get value from the product if there's no users on it? And so I can throw a bunch of money into acquisition and get 1 million people on the app, but if they leave right away, there's no retention, then every time someone joins, they're not going to see anything there to be done. And so with retention being the focus, you focus on how to make folks stay and ultimately love it, and they're going to come back every day, every week, depends on the metric. For us, we're measuring how often do you stay on a weekly basis. And ultimately, as they come back, more and more come back on a weekly basis, then you have people or things happening in the app. And now with timing, you can start throwing acquisition on it. And that ultimately makes the experience much, much better. This, of course, is in a consumer social standpoint and consumer space. Some apps only need one person to get value out of it. For us, we need not just one, we need like 100,000 things happening in the app at the same time. So for us, retention is the oiled machine that we think will help us grow, and we can continue to throw acquisition on it afterwards. To your second point, Android, that's funny that you asked. My co-founder, Lewis, he actually built Android for Tinder, and I don't know where we got this from, and it might be a founder mistake. We were like, let's build iOS first. Seems like the cohort mass of people use iOS. Let's build that, and it might be a mistake for us, and we plan totally to build Android in the next coming months, actually. So yeah, hopefully we can release news on that and let y'all know that it will be on more devices. And plus, I think Android is growing. I'm from Cupertino, so I was like, iOS for the win, but that's not always the case. Are we looking for interns? Yes, we are. I would love to figure out how to talk with you. Right now, we actually have 7 interns at UCSD, UCLA, USC, Stanford, and UC Berkeley. And it's funny, I don't have any at UC Davis. I would love to talk actually in that manner, whether it's for growth, product design, even engineering. Would love to see if that makes sense. New grads, yeah, we are looking for new grads, but it really depends on the department. I think for engineering, it would make sense if y'all like some type of real-time engagement, like video or audio. That's something we're willing to throw a very meaningful dart for and really help grow that experience. For maybe back end, it'd be hard for us to give an experience for a new grad because I didn't say it here, but we're not that great at back end. Front end, we're pretty good at. So that might be an interesting conversation. What's current cohort look like? In terms of audience, it's pretty much colleges. But in terms of number of users, we just passed a 4-digit active users on a weekly basis. Our goal is to hit 5 digits in even daily active users by like June. Did we ever consider Flutter as well as both iOS and Android release? No, we thought about it. We thought about many ways on how to build this and how we want to use it, but I think it's a founder dilemma. We were so stuck into what we had built already with the Swift framework and with iOS. And naturally we were like, should we go back? I don't know, but it's a conversation for us to be had with the tech stack probably in the next 2 months. Yeah. Oh, and wow, that's really cool that y'all actually know Flutter and see how much love is on Flutter. For honestly, it's something that we contemplate like all the freaking time actually. How do we get in contact? You can message me either on Instagram or it's just my name at fora.app actually. I'll put it right here if anyone wants to chat. Yeah, that's kind of what I've done, and hopefully I was able to share something. And I have a lot more to say, honestly, but I don't want to spend all the time with things that maybe don't matter as much. And yeah, this was a really interesting first talk virtually for me. What interns can we apply for? Right now, we're really focused on growth, but we are open to any other type of internships. But like I said, with engineering, if anyone likes WebRTC, Agora, Twilio, these are things that we're getting better and better at every day, and we would love to share it. But I will say that being an internship, being an intern at our company is like laying down the tracks as we go. Like, we will probably throw you in fire, but like one of the values that we have as a company is we're at our best when we know nothing. That means you have all of this exposure to potentially gaining experience from so many different places. And a lot of that experience will probably be the wrong way to do it. But in my opinion, that's the best way to learn. And, you know, with Upkeep, when it was just 3 people, I literally did every single thing that was wrong in terms of growth. I was spinning signs that said Upkeep, that said, yo, use our app. And, you know, that's the wrong way to do it, but I wouldn't take it back because it did get our first paying customer. And I'm not going to make anyone at Fora do it. I think we're a little more directional than that now, but yeah, we'd probably throw you in fire for anything, even engineering. There's so many new tech that use engineering. You kind of brought one up already with Flutter. So yeah, that's all I got. Thanks for listening. Julie, what should I do now?
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, Kevin, for sharing about your experience with Fora and about the different positions that you're hiring for. I definitely do think one of the most exciting parts about, working for a startup is all of the different growth opportunities and just kind of figuring things out as you go along. For everyone who's still on the call, if you have any other questions, feel free to, continue asking in the chat, or if you want to unmute and ask, then go ahead. But Kevin did drop his email into the chat if you do have any other questions for him or about like his company or his experience or anything else. But if not, then that does conclude our second From Idea to Fruition speaker series. And thank you everyone for coming out.
Cool. Well, it was good to be able to share this with y'all, and I guess I'll stay around for, I don't know, like two more minutes if everyone does have any questions, and then I'll head out from there.
Yeah. Thanks again for sharing, Kevin. You can also feel free to explore any of our other workshops that we're hosting.
Yo, the saga begins. Begin war. Begin war. The saga begins. Begin war. Begin war. saga begins. Begin war. War. Begin war. 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 Begin war. Begin war. Yo, the saga begins. Begin war.
Breathing, I come short on air. And every time we reach a new horizon, it's like you don't care. That we're leading something bare. And in the water I see cold reflections of what's really there. I'm not waiting on love, our time has come. We're fighting and I want to feel the fire again. It's not easy to love when the world is numb. We're fighting empires and we're gonna feel the fire again. Feeling like I can't be there. And all the valleys that we're marching on through, not even aware that it's the darkness that's so hard to see. And I'm asking you to fight just about the difficulty, breaking free from what's really there. I'm not waiting on love, our time has come. We're fighting empires and I want to feel the fire again. It's not easy to love when the world is numb. We're fighting empires and we're gonna feel the fire again. I'm not waiting on love, our time has come. We're fighting empires and I want to feel the fire again. It's not easy to love when the world is numb. We're fighting empires and we're gonna feel the fire again. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof, we know we're future proof. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof, we know we're future proof. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof, we know we're future proof. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof, we know we're future proof.
We about to turn it on.
No, there ain't no stopping us. Fly without boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I be moving fast. Call me a shooting star. Let 'em know who you are. Flying up in a bar. Wish on a star. Time to show 'em who's in charge. Call me a shooting star.
Didn't even get to bronze.
We'll get started in a few minutes. We'll just wait for some more people to trickle in. But while we wait, make sure to go download Unity because we'll be using that. So if you want to follow along, you can go download Unity. It's somewhat of a large download, a few gigs, so you know, it might take a little while to download. And generally, you also want Visual Studio. So that's usually part of the Unity installation. Sometimes it's not, but we'll go over that a little bit in the workshop. As I just mentioned a couple minutes ago, we'll be starting probably around 4:05 Pacific time, so that's in about 3 minutes. I've pasted some resources in the chat that I'll be using, including the slides. So if you want to follow along, make sure to download and install Unity, as that is what we'll be using. And as another note, this workshop is probably going to be around 2 hours. We might end before then, but it's going to be somewhat of a longer workshop because I want you guys to actually, you know, be able to make something that kind of works in some sense. So we're going to kind of be going from start to finish in making something that's playable at least. So it should be pretty fun. But if you can't spare that time because you need to work on your hacks, these workshops are, of course, recorded in the live stream and they'll be posted later as well. So you can always rerun the live stream in case you want to watch it later. Be getting started in about 1 minute or so here. Here's resources again. Do we need to use VS Code with Unity, or can we use Sublime or Atom? You can probably use any text editor you want. The two most popular text editors, or IDEs rather, for Unity are what was the one that starts with Mono, that's the default, and then Visual Studio. Those ones are nice because they have a lot of sweet IntelliSense features, and so they're like really integrated with Unity. But you can really use any text editor you want because Unity just detects the changes in your scripts and then automatically reloads them. So Yeah, whatever you prefer. I'll be using Visual Studio in this workshop. All right, let's get started. So I'm Ben. I like to make games for fun sometimes, mostly mods for games. So kind of taking an existing game and then kind of modifying it to add new features, change old ones, kind of stuff like that. Usually multiplayer sort of games. So that's just a little bit about me. I've been using Unity for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years or so, just off and on whenever I kind of want to make some sort of small game. But games do take a while to make, but it's a lot of fun. It's very rewarding to make games. So I would highly recommend it, if you have the chance, which is right now. And so today we'll be using Unity, which is a game engine for game development. It's free, but then it has different tiers if you want to use it for commercial use too, but you can just download it right now and use all the features. So make sure to install it before the workshop, which is going on right now. And then you'll also need Visual Studio or some other IDE text editor to edit some of the scripts that we'll be working with. And feel free to ask questions in the chat or unmute yourselves. I'll be watching the chat throughout the workshop. And I've pasted the workshop resources in the chat, as there's a couple things that we're going to be using that aren't included in Unity, just a texture and a font that you'll see later. And so today's agenda looks a little something like this. We're making it a golf game. You know those games on Steam, like Golf It or Golf with Friends? Those are Unity games. And so we're gonna kind of be making one of those. It's gonna be a lot of fun. We're gonna work through it together, and we're gonna end up with something that looks a little bit like this. So you can see there's the ball in kind of the bottom right-ish, and they gotta go around that log and then up that little hill into the hole. And that's gonna be the extent of our game. And so we're going to start with a little intro to Unity. I'll open it up, give you guys a tour of the editor, kind of what everything does. And then we'll jump into level design. So we're going to be designing that entire level first. And then after that, we're going to work on adding gameplay, namely through scripting and different components of game objects, which we'll get into in a second. And scripting can get pretty complex, so I've tried to keep it as simple as possible since it's the beginner tutorial. So camera systems are incredibly complex. So I tried to make a camera system that was just super simple, easy to use, that we could get through pretty quickly. Ball movement, so how do you fire the ball? Can you adjust your power? How does that display on the screen? All of that stuff. And then hole detection. So when the ball goes in the hole, how do we detect that? And then how do we display some text on the screen to say, hey, you got it in the hole and you win or something, right? And so let's get right into it. So we got Unity open right here. This is the Unity hub. This is just like all of your projects. So if you want to make a new project, you can hit new. And this guy will pop up. So we can call it golf game. Choose where you want it to be stored. For me, it's just here. And we're going to be selecting a 3D template. So that just gives us some default settings in the project that are useful to us. If you're making a 2D game, you probably want to go with the 2D template. And then there's a bunch of other different templates that you might want to try out too. These are just starter packs. It doesn't really matter what template you start with because you can always modify everything about it. So if you start with a 2D game, but then you realize you want to do a 3D game, but you don't want to make a new project, you can just kind of modify your existing project to be 3D. So let's go ahead and hit create. And it'll take a couple seconds to open up. It's on my other monitor, so you can't see it opening, but I'll drag it over once it's open. Because it usually takes like a minute or two to create a new project depending on your PC. All right, so now we are in, and it should look a little something like this. Let me know if it doesn't look like this for you, because then we'd have to fix something. But it should look like this when you choose the 3D template and you just open up your project. And so there's a lot of different windows and things here. So I'm going to start by explaining some of them and some of the main ones that we're going to be using. So over here in the hierarchy window, it's usually on the kind of left side screen, you can see the current scene that we're in. So a scene in Unity is kind of like a level. It contains all sorts of different objects and different things. And so you can load a person into that scene, do all the stuff there, and then maybe if they get to level 2, you could load them into a separate scene. So they're kind of just like levels in a game. And so within our scene, we have these 2 game objects. And game objects in Unity are kind of just things that exist in the world. And these vary wildly between, you know, what they can be. So for example, we have a main camera here. So this is going to be the camera in which the player sees through when they play the game. And so if you look at the scene view right here, you can see the camera that we just selected. It's right over there. And if we click on the game view right next to the scene view, you can see what the camera sees. Right, it just sees nothing right now because we haven't created anything. But by clicking on the camera here, we can actually see a camera preview, which is exactly what it's looking at right now. And so we're going to get into some keyboard shortcuts here and there as well, which I'll be using throughout the presentation. So in case you forget any keyboard shortcuts, feel free to just put them in the chat and I will remind you of what they are. So one really useful one is when you select an object, it might be kind of far away, because as you can see, this looks pretty far away, but we want it to be a little bit closer. So while your mouse is in the scene view, you can hit F and it'll kind of zoom over to your object. And so that helps you kind of locate where objects are and get a better view of them. And now to move around in the scene view, you can hold the middle mouse click to drag the view kind of forward, backwards, up and down, kind of like that. And if you don't have middle mouse click, you can also use the mouse, the hand up here, and you can also drag it around. So middle mouse click kind of moves it around. And then if you hold Alt, it'll come with this little eye icon. And if you click and drag, you'll rotate around. So this is great for just looking at it at different angles. So middle mouse click moves, and then Alt, you can rotate around. And then you can also zoom in and out, which is your mouse scroll wheel. So if you want to zoom into this and really look at it closely, you can zoom in. And now you can see kind of how the camera movement works in the editor. So if I wanted to, you know, go to some space in my level, we could do that. Any questions so far? All right. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, so this is our camera, and every game has at least one camera because the player needs to see through something. Without the camera, the player doesn't see anything. And then once you've selected on a game object over here, like the camera, you'll see in the inspector window all of the different components that it has on it. So every game object by default has a transform component, and that basically tells the game some info about it, about where it is in the game world and how it looks. And so each transform component has a position, rotation, and scale. So position is just where it is in the world, X, Y, and Z coordinates. The rotation is how it's rotated. So, you know, is it upside down? Is it 45 degrees this way? Kind of like that. So you can see if we adjust the X a little bit, the camera preview rotates up and down with the camera. And I did this by just clicking on the X and then dragging either way. And you can kind of increase and decrease it easily. So that's how we would rotate an object. Same way with movement, we kind of move it back and forth. And then scale is how large the game object is. So let's say we had a sphere, you wanted to scale it up, you could adjust the scale parameters here and it would become larger. And then for this game object, because it's a camera, it has the camera component. And so the camera component basically tells it that it is a camera that the player is going to see through. And then it has all of these different properties that we can adjust. But we won't be getting too much into these properties. But all you need to know is this is a camera and players can see through it. And as you can see, we also have a directional light by default in this scene. And if we zoom in on it with F and maybe scroll a little bit, we can see that it's kind of pointing downwards at an angle. And so a directional light is kind of like a global light everywhere in your scene that's just coming down or up or whatever angle you make it in the scene. And so moving it around actually won't affect the lighting at all, but rather its rotation will affect the lighting. And so as you can see, it's dark because it's pointing up, so it's not lighting underneath it. But for our purposes, let's just point it downwards. And as you can see, it has another component on it called light, which gives it all of those, light properties and makes it a light. And let's set the color of it to white, because the yellow is not my favorite, and I just like white for the lights a little bit. But of course, you can change this to whatever you want. If you want to make it red, you can make it red, and you'll see how that affects how the game looks in a little bit. So feel free to play around with any of these things. All right, so we've got a camera and a light. So now let's start to build out our scene. So we're going to start by making kind of a border around an area that we're going to use for our golf game. Because usually golf games have, borders so that your ball doesn't go out of bounds, but sometimes it still does. So let's create some of those. So right over here in the hierarchy window, I can right click, go to 3D object, and then cube. And there's our cube. So it's another game object, except this time it's a cube instead of a light or a camera. And you can see over here, it has a couple different components that make it a cube. It has a mesh filter, which is kind of like the geometry of the cube, so just like a cube geometry, and then a mesh renderer, which tells the game how it's supposed to look when we look at it in the game. We're not going to get too much into that, but we are going to be adjusting some things. So we want to make 4 borders like we saw in the picture I posted in these slides. So let's go ahead and do that. And we can do this by actually just adjusting the scale of these. So if I start adjusting the X scale, you can see it just expands out. So let's make the X scale 20. And so now it is 20 meters across, because all of these units are meters, by the way. So it's 20 meters across. And now let's make another one. But first, let's actually rename this so we know exactly what it is. So it's not just a cube, it's a game border. So let's call it game border. So if you click on a game object and you click on its name again, you can rename it. So we can call it game border. And so that's looking pretty good so far. And now let's make a few more borders, right? So we could just right click 3D object cube again, and then, manually change the scale, or we could actually just duplicate it. So in Unity, duplicate is just Control D. So once you select your game border, hit Control D, and it'll make another one for you. And then we can drag it outwards, just like that. So then we easily created another border. And so when we're making this, actually, we do want to make sure that these are properly aligned so that the border is very nice and even. And one way to do this is to click on your border and check out the position. So the position is all these kind of crazy numbers, right? So let's just reset all of these to 0. And so now it's perfectly on the floor, or is it? It's actually halfway into the floor, the invisible floor, because there's no floor here. It's actually halfway into the floor because it's like internal position is halfway down in the object. So you can see where this indicator is, that's where the actual position is. So it's halfway down. So in order to correct that, because we want it to be kind of on top of the floor, we can set its Y position to half of what the Y scale is. So the Y scale is 1. So if we set Y to 0.5, it'll be directly on top of the floor, which is exactly what we want. And we can sort of do the same with this one, but we can space it out exactly 10 meters or 20 meters away from the other ones, so that we can start to make a perfectly square game area. So we can go ahead and reset it a little bit. And then you can set the y to 0.5 again. Drag it out this way. And as you can see, at -20 is going to be about where we want it. So now they're evenly spaced, and you can sort of start to see that we're filling out this square right here. So now let's make the other ones. So we can duplicate these again, drag it out. And here's where you kind of have a choice. You can either rotate it a little bit on the y-axis and make it go like that, or you could just change the scale. Instead of x being 20, you could change z to 20. So I'll show you that too. So you can change that back to 1 and then z to 20. You can see it perfectly goes out just like that, which is exactly what we want. So we can again drag this out right over here. Zoom in, let's take a look. And let's make sure it's aligned. So we can kind of look at these position values over here. X seems to be about 10. Z is also -10. And now it looks like it's almost right there, except there's these little gaps right here. So we can just fix that by expanding the Z just a little bit more. And so that looks like it's going to be about 21. So now we have a nice looking border on this side. That's pretty good. Nice looking border on both sides. And then we can use our duplicate trick again to just copy it over to the other side. So click on that one, Control D, and see that, oh my gosh, it's huge. So we're gonna have to adjust that. There's a couple settings that we'll need to adjust for that. Usually terrains are used for very large scale games, you know, open world games. But they're also great for golf games because then you can make kind of convex, contour, nice curves to your golf landscape. So with our terrain selected, let's go into terrain, the component, and then you can see this little cog right here and go into the settings. And if we scroll down a little bit, you can see mesh resolution is one of the sections, and then terrain width and terrain length. And that's 1,000 by 1,000 right now. But we just want it to be probably 20 by 20 because that's the size of our game area. So let's change that to 20 by 20. And that looks like it's going to fit. So now, if we scroll back up to transform, we've got to move it into the center there of our game area. Let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, so we can move the position left and right, kind of like that. And then move it right into place. And then, of course, we can even these out. So that's perfectly where we want it. Just like that. And so now you can see we have a nice area for our game to take place. We're going to build a little level in here so that the person can golf and, you know, make it into the hole. And this is also pretty nice if you want to make multiple levels, because then you can just kind of copy all of these game objects and then reuse them for your next level and just modify some things within it. And so let's do a little bit of organization right here, because right now we've got all these kind of floating, free-floating game objects in the hierarchy, but we want to keep it nice and organized. So if we right-click in here, we can select Create Empty. And what that does is it just creates an empty game object. Where'd my gizmos go? I'm very confused. Unless I click something. I did. Give me a moment while I find my gizmos, because usually there's the, it pops up. Give me one moment. Okay, so the issue is, yeah, so when you click the settings icon here in terrain, it'll get rid of all of the other stuff that you might see generally, and that's because it just gives you all the terrain tools. So we can actually just go back and exit that, and we should be able to do this now. Let me see. Strange. Let me see. Yeah, I'm missing the transform handle that I used to have. Where'd it go? Okay, I will fix this. Do not worry. I'm gonna try reopening Unity real quick. That is very strange. It's all right. Things like that happen. But let me know if you have any questions. There we go. We're back. Okay, cool. So now that they're back, we can go back to editing stuff. So now we've got our terrain in there, and now we need to edit our terrain a little bit. Let's add a little kind of mountain like you saw on the slide earlier, so that the player has to, hit the ball over the mountain, get it in the hole, but then if they overshoot, it goes to their side. It's kind of a fun little challenge. So to do this, we can select our terrain object and then go to the paint terrain. It's the second button here. You can see we have all sorts of different brushes of different shapes. You can also add new brushes with your own shapes, but for now we're just going to be using this built-in brush 2 with this kind of faded texture. And so that's going to create a nice gradient for us to use. So if we zoom in a little bit here, we can try it out. As you can see, whoa, just by holding left click, you can see we've created some very large kind of shapes here. And that's not quite what we want. We want a nice gradual terrain and hills. And so let's Control Z to undo that. And how we can adjust that is by adjusting the opacity a little bit of the brush. And also, that's just the opacity. You can adjust it very low so that it doesn't have as much impact. So now you can see it's a lot slower. And there's a lot more terrain stuff that you can definitely look into, but this is just a little intro. And so let's make our little mountain. And for our example, we probably don't need to actually drag very much unless we want to create some nice walls like this. Instead, we can make our brush a little bit bigger by adjusting the brush size here to maybe 5 or 6, maybe 6. You can see it has this size. And then we can just kind of raise the terrain a little bit in area. You can see it kind of looks like that. And now we just need a hole at the top. But you can also see that it doesn't look quite that great. And that's also because of the terrain resolution. It generally thinks that you're going to make this giant terrain, so smaller things like this aren't really detailed. And so we can fix that by going to the settings again, and then scrolling down to the detail per patch, which is 32 right now. We can change that to probably 64. It's a little bit better detail. All right, so we've got our little terrain here, a little hill. And now let's make a hole at the top. We can change our brush size down to probably 1, nice and small. And then instead of left clicking, it says we can hold shift and left click to lower the terrain. So if you want to decrease the terrain height, we can do that. So holding shift and left click, you can make a little hole at the top. Try it out, see what you make. All right, make something that looks kind of nice. See, that looks pretty good. Try to get the ball in there. That's not bad. If you want to see some of the wireframe, you can click this button up here that says shaded, and then hit shaded wireframe. And now you can see exactly kind of all the different vertices and how it actually looks, in case it's a little difficult to see right now. That's looking pretty good. I like that. So I think we're pretty much done with our terrain at this point. But now let's make the terrain actually kind of green, because right now it does have the checkerboard pattern, but we want to make it green. And in the workshop resources, I've included a checkerboard pattern that I'm going to be using in this. You don't have to use it. It's just a slightly higher quality version than the default Unity one, because as you can see, if we zoom in here, it's kind of blurry at the edges and it's not very crisp. So I made a slightly better looking one, and so you can use that. So I'll import that right now. That's grid.png in the workshop resources folder that I just pasted in chat. You can go ahead and download that and then save it. And then all we have to do is drag and drop to import it. If we just drag it, drag it right down there, you can see it imported our grid image. And so now, with that grid image, we have to create a material. Materials take textures in. So this is like a texture right now, just kind of like an image. Materials take that texture and allow you to define different properties on it of how it is affected by light and different things in the scene. So if you want it to be really shiny, you could turn up the shininess or metallicness. If you want it to be smooth, there's different properties for that. If you want it to be transparent, you can also adjust that. So let's go ahead and create a material. So if we right click down here in the assets view, you can hit create, and there's a ton of stuff here. Now it's a little overwhelming, but we're going to go to material. It's right here under audio mixer. And let's call this new material floor, because we're going to be using this for the floor. So with the material selected, you can see over here shader standard. So I don't know if you've heard too much about shaders, but shaders are, kind of pieces of code that help you define how it interacts with everything around it. So different shadows, light sources, things behind it, things in front of it, just how it kind of looks to the player who's going to be looking at it. But for now, we're just going to do standard. And you can see main maps here, albedo. We want to choose something for that, because down here, this is what it currently looks like if you put this material on a sphere. It has no texture yet, so it's just kind of blank. So let's apply our grid texture to it. So over here, you see albedo, and there's a little circle next to it, and that allows us to select the albedo texture. And so if we click that, this little menu comes up, and we can select our new grid or the old grid if you don't want to import the one that I have. So we can select this grid, exit out, and now you can see the grid is applied here. But it's not green yet. We want to make it green. So in the albedo map, we can just click on the white and change it to green. And so now you can see our preview down there in the bottom right. It's looking pretty good. Let's just adjust it. Not too bright. Like that's pretty bright. Maybe down here in the grays, darker greens. That's looking pretty good. Somewhere around there. And to apply the material to the terrain, all we have to do is drag it on. So we have this floor material, and just drag it. Okay, didn't want to drag, apparently. That's strange. That's very strange. Oh, yeah. Okay. So in order to apply the material to your terrain, I don't think you can drag it on apparently. But if you select your terrain and then you go to the settings cog again, you can see material here under basic terrain section. And it's using the default terrain material. And we can change that. So we can click this little circle next to it, which brings up the selector again. We can select our floor. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Except it doesn't look quite right, does it? We want it to have a lot of checkers and not just kind of one checker, right? So in order to fix this, we can go back to the floor material and we can change its tiling. So tiling is how many times the texture is repeated per basically like unit. So if we increase the X tiling to 100, or rather 10, you can see now there's 10 copies of that texture all across the X direction. So if we change the Y to also 10, now we can see that's looking pretty good. That's not bad. So it's starting to come together. And the reason why a lot of these golf games kind of use textures like that, where it's kind of like a checkerboard, is probably so that you can see and estimate the distance that you have to go to different spots, right? Because if it was just a plain grass texture, you wouldn't be able to estimate it because you don't know the size of each of these little squares. And so it does help people play and helps people be able to play better than they would before. So that's looking pretty good. But now let's get some textures on these gray walls, right? Let's make them wood, or rather just like a brown texture. Oh. Down here in the assets view, right click that, create, and we go to material again. And now let's call this one walls. So this is the material that we're going to use for all of these walls. And over here, if we had a wood texture, we could actually use that, but we don't really need a wood texture. This is just pretty simple. So instead, we're just going to change the albedo color. We can hit that and try to find like a dark kind of brown color, just like that maybe, right? Just like that. And then we can drag this texture onto each of our walls, just like that. And you'll see it applies to all of our walls. So now look at that. We've got our walls, we've got our terrain. Now let's just add one more obstacle. Let's add that log in there so that they can't just shoot for the hole straight away, but they have to go around the log first. So if they're really good at golf, they could do a really powerful shot, bounce off the wall, maybe get it in. So it kind of creates that opportunity for, you know, cool moments instead of just doing small shots to get around things. Let's create a log. So if we right click in the hierarchy, 3D object, and let's do a cylinder, because logs are kind of like cylinders, right? And so there's our cylinder. Yeah, so we can move it back over here to kind of where we're going to put it. And then we got to change the rotation so it's on its side instead of standing up like this. So that's going to be the X rotation. Just rotate that. It's going to be 90 degrees. That's looking pretty good. Now let's extend it a little bit more. So the plan is for them to shoot all the way out forward and then be able to be in the big open space over there. So we can just extend, not the X, but the Y rather, because we rotated it. So instead of the Y being up and down, it's now side to side. So we can expand this to maybe 5 or so. And that's looking pretty good. My transform gizmo disappeared again. That's okay. We'll just restart real quick because I think something with the terrain is making it disappear. I'll have to look more into that later, but that's okay. Okay, yeah, so we'll start over here. They'll shoot out forward and then kind of go around the side and try to get it in the volcano. And let's apply the same wall texture to the log too. And there we go. That's looking pretty good. Not bad. Cool. So now we've got to, we've completed one of our objectives today, which was to, make our level. Our level is pretty much done. And so our next objective is to, let me open up the slides again real quick. So our next objective, look at these slides. So we did a little intro, did some level design, and now it's time to get into scripting to make this thing actually work. Because right now, if you try to play the game, I'll show you how to play it right now. So if you want to play test your game within the editor, you can hit this little play button up here at the top middle. And that'll put you in the game so that you can just walk around and play it if you had if you had a walking script, because right now we don't have anything. So if we just hit the play button, we just kind of see a view. And that's what the camera sees right now at its current position. So while we're in play mode, we can actually go back to the scene tab, and you can see that our camera is right here, right? Select our camera, and it's looking outwards that way. You can see the camera preview. That's exactly what we saw in the game view. So we don't want it to start there. We want it to start kind of over in that corner where the ball is going to be, right? Hey, Gotchum, what's up? So let's move the camera right over there into that corner, and then we'll also place our ball that we're going to be moving. Let me just restart real quick because my gizmos are gone again. That's okay. Any questions so far? Alrighty. Cool. So now we can select our main camera and drag it on over. So when you want to drag on two axes, like I want to drag on this blue axis and this red axis, you can actually select one of these faces of this kind of cube looking thing right here and move it on those two axes. So for example, if I select this green one, that's parallel to the two axes I want to move on. So if I select that, it'll just move over just like that. That makes it nice and easy. You can position it kind of right there, maybe up a little bit, and then we want to angle it down so that it's actually looking at the ball. So we can adjust the rotation for that. Just the Y rotation, X rotation. So we look down and you can see in the camera preview exactly what the camera sees. So that's pretty useful. So that's looking pretty good. Now let's get the ball in there. We don't have a ball to kick around yet. So right click on the hierarchy scene, in the hierarchy view, 3D object, sphere. And let's rename this again to ball. And let's rename the cylinder while we're at it to log. Oh, and one thing I forgot from earlier when we were dealing with the gizmos, I created that empty game object. You can see it here. Because remember, I right-clicked, create empty. And so if we hit F, we can focus on it. You can see it's kind of right there. It doesn't really do anything, but we're just going to use it as a container for our level. So in case we want to move our entire level, we can just move this one game object and everything will move with it. And this is kind of like the notion of parenting. So if something is parented to another thing, you got the parent, you got the child. When the parent moves, the child will move with it. If the parent rotates, child will rotate with it. And that's exactly what we want. So let's rename this kind of parent game object to level. And that's going to be our entire level. And let's drag this up to the top here and then select all of our stuff. So you can click that and then hold shift, click the log. We've got everything selected, but not the ball. We don't want the ball to move with the level. The ball is separate. And then we drag all of this right onto level, and you'll see it kind of indents a little bit, and that means all of these are parented to the level game object. So when I move around this game object, everything moves, and you see the ball doesn't move. And that's exactly what we want. So in case you wanted to create multiple levels, you could just have them all underneath a parent game object, so you can easily move them around, maybe animate them moving. You know, there's a lot of cool things that you could do. So it's important to kind of understand the notion of parenting game objects. Alrighty, so now let's look at our ball. That seems a little big. So let's adjust the size a little bit. So again, that's scale. And let's try 0.2, 0.2, 0.2. We want to scale it on all axes so that it's the same, because if we didn't scale it on one axis, like let's say Z we left as 1, it kind of look like that. And I don't want to golf that. I want to golf a nice round ball. So we'll put that as 0.2. And that seems like an appropriate scale for our game. You can see the volcano is not too large. It's smaller than a log, so they have to go around it. So that should be pretty good. And now let's move it back into position, because this is going to be sort of our initial starting position for our golf game. Now let's move it right down onto the ground. And so it's kind of in the ground right now, but we want it to be exactly on top. So what was our trick for that before? Take the Y scale, 0.2, and divide it in half, and then set that as the Y position. So 0.2, divide that in half, 0.1, and now as you can see, it is perfectly on the ground, which is just what we want. And let's take another look at the camera to see if it's actually looking at the ball right now. It's looking pretty good. Let's just move it over a little bit. Maybe move the ball over too. Let's see. That's looking pretty good. Maybe move the camera back a little bit. If you go to the game scene, you can see the full screen camera view. And that's looking pretty good. I like that. You can see the ball kind of in the lower portion of it, and then you can see the rest of kind of the map in the upper. So that's looking pretty good. So now we want to design a camera system. So the camera system is how we're going to control the camera, because again, if we just play it right now, if I move my mouse, I can't move the camera. I want it to be able to move the camera as I move my mouse around. You know, if you played basically any game, Minecraft, Fortnite, you know, League of Legends, when you move your mouse, the camera moves. And that's what we want, so that when they move their mouse, they can go look at the hole, see what it's like, then look back, and then go in that direction. So let's work on a simple camera system. And so in order to create scripts, you can go down here into the assets and right-click, create C# script. You can also use JavaScript in Unity, but I would say the majority of people use C#, but hey, you can do whatever you like. I'll be doing C#. Once we do that, we create a script, and let's call it Camera Manager. There's our Camera Manager script. You can double-click it to open it up, and this will open it up in your default editor, whatever that might be configured to be. It might be Unity, it might be MonoDevelop, which is Unity's default. Or you could open it up in Visual Studio Code as well. And you can configure the default editor up in, I believe, Edit, Preferences, External Tools, and then you can set the external script editor to one of the ones you have installed. So you can see I have Visual Studio 2019, Visual Studio Code, and 2017. So you can choose whichever one you would like to develop in. And so once we've got that open, it'll look something like this, depending on your IDE. And so this is kind of like the default script that's part of a thing in the world, mono behavior. So you can see we have some imports here from Unity, and it creates a public class with the name of our script that we just made, and it inherits from mono behavior. And mono behavior is kind of like the default class for anything that's going to exist in the game world. And it has a bunch of default methods that we can use to kind of change different aspects of the game object. And so for this first script, we are going to be creating a camera system. Let me pull up my notes real quick. Any questions? Feel free to unmute and ask, or ask them in the chat. All right. So our camera manager is going to be the most complex script we're going to be writing. Generally, camera systems are very complex, but we're going to try to keep this one somewhat simple. There's going to be some kind of crazy code in there, but that's okay. So let's start at the top here. Let's define a couple class variables that we can use throughout our class. So first, let's define a public camera main camera. Now, let me explain this a little bit. So public, of course, that means it can be accessed by anyone outside of this class, accessed and modified. And then camera is the camera class from Unity. So as you can see, if I hover over it, it says class unityengine.camera. So that corresponds to the component, the camera component, that's on that camera game object that we looked at earlier. And so we're going to hook up our camera game object to this script so that when we do main camera dot something, we can change the camera's attributes. Specifically, we might want to change, the position and rotation so that it looks different ways or it moves as we look around. And so making it public allows you to kind of access it in the Unity editor as a field. I'm going to show you that right now. So if we save this script, Camera Manager, go back to Unity, it's going to reload the scripts. It might take a couple seconds for you. And then we click on Main Camera, and we're going to add a component called Camera Manager. And so in this Camera Manager, actually, I think we're going to add this on the ball. Yeah. Actually, remove that component. So you can remove components by these three dots over here on the right side of a component. Click them, remove component. We're not going to add it quite there. We're going to add it on the ball. And the reason we're going to add it on the ball is we're going to hook up the camera to the ball so that as the ball moves, the camera kind of moves with it. So we're going to get the ball's position and somehow orient the camera and make the camera follow the ball as it moves. So with the ball selected, we're going to hit add component, and then we can type in camera and select our camera manager script. And so once we add that, you can see it has a script field that's just camera manager. You can double click that to open it. You can see double click opens right up. But we also have this other field called main camera, and it says none. And this is the public variable that we added. So anything that's public in a class in Unity will display in the editor just like this. And this makes it useful for hooking up other things that are already in the scene. So like the main camera, I can click and drag it right into there. Now you can see it's populated. It says main camera, camera. And so that means it's specifically getting the camera component of that main camera game object. So if we click on main camera, remember the camera component here, that's what this script is now getting. So back in our script, we now have our public camera, main camera, and we can access all of its different methods and variables and different stuff to make it do things. So that's kind of fun. So now let's define another variable. This time it's going to be the camera speed. So when the user kind of wiggles their mouse around, how fast does it go? Usually games have this as sensitivity in the options, but for our purposes, we're just going to hard code it at a certain number that feels all right. But if you go further, you make a settings menu, then you can kind of hook that up to the settings menu. So we can define it as public float camera speed, and let's give it a default value. So we can say equals 5. And if we go back to Unity again, we'll see that, oh, there's another field here, camera speed, and we can increase it or decrease it as we want. But again, the default is going to be 5. So if we just add this camera manager to another game object, it's going to be default 5, and we can change it from there. But for our purposes, let's keep it at 5. All right, now let's go back in here. And we're also going to need what's called an offset. And I'll get more into this in a little bit. But we can define it as a private variable this time because no one else needs to access it but this class. Private vector3 offset. And so we're going to be using the vector3 class, which is just like a 3D point in space or a vector, whatever you prefer. And that's just going to hold the positional data of the offset. And so this is going to represent the kind of distance between the ball and the camera's position at the start of the game. So we kind of we're going to record that and then use that to set the camera's position at any point in the game. So it kind of stays at that same distance from the ball. And again, there's tons of different ways to do camera systems, but this is just kind of a simpler one that shouldn't be too crazy. Okay, now let's get into this. So we have this method called void start by default, and that's part of the default mono behavior. And it says start is called before the first frame update. So what that means is when you play the game, all the game objects are going to have their start method called instantly. And then after that, the update method is going to be called. And it says here, update is called once per frame. So every frame, this method is called. So if you want something to be continually updating, such as the camera position, we can do it in here. And there's tons of different other methods for mono behavior that you can use, but these are just the ones that we're going to be using today, and they happen to be the defaults as well. So in start, first we want to get rid of our cursor, actually, because if you notice when we play the game, like let's just hit play right now, I can still see my cursor. I don't want to see my cursor. I want to be in the game full screen, you know? So go back over here. We can set cursor dot visible equals false. Save it. And that's just going to set the cursor to not be visible, which is what most of those, you know, full screen games do nowadays. So if we go back to Unity, let's test our change. So if you did everything right so far, and you hit the play button, you shouldn't see your cursor. My cursor's gone. So that's working great so far. But wait, they can move their cursor out of the game window, actually. Because if you noticed, I can move my cursor down into it and then back up. And that's not quite what we want. We want to kind of stay locked in the game window. So we can do this with cursor.lockState. That's kind of if it's locked or not, and if it is locked, where is it? You can already see IntelliSense is coming up with suggestions. So we're going to use cursor lock mode dot. See 3 here. Confined, it says confine cursor to the game window. Sounds like what we want. Locked locks the cursor to the center of the game window. That sounds pretty good too. Or none, which is just what we have already. So we're going to do locked just to keep it in the center of the window at all times. And then here we're also going to get the offset, because as I mentioned earlier, we want the camera to be following the ball at a specific position / distance behind it. In order to do that, we need to record the original offset. So set offset equal to, so how do we get like a 3D distance between 2 objects? We have to compare their positions, right? And how we get their position is through their transform component. So first, we'll reference this game object. So the game object that this script is applied to. You can do that through game object, just like that. That's saying, hey, whatever object, game object this script is on, get that one. And then we can do dot transform. Transform is such a common component on every game object that you can just reference it easily like that. And then we can do dot position. And so the dot position that you see here is the position you see here. So you can get the X, Y, Z components of any game object's position. So we get that position, but then we want to subtract the camera's position. So you have this position minus the camera, and that's going to get you a vector, a 3D vector of the distance between them. So we can do minus, and so we want the main camera's position. So we can do main camera dot transform position. That wasn't so bad, was it? Now we've got our offset, and now we just got to use it every frame. So when the user looks around, we want the camera to rotate, but still be looking at the ball. And then when the ball moves, we want the camera to move with the ball, but kind of stay at its offset, kind of looking down at the ball. And so this is kind of complex, but we'll go through it nice and slow. So in order to get the kind of mouse movement, we just want the mouse X movement. This is going to be a simple camera system, so as you just move your mouse back and forth, the camera will move back and forth. We're not going to do any Y movement because that adds a lot more complexity to it. So let's get the horizontal change, let's call it. We can do float horizontal equals, and so Unity has a bunch of different kind of API methods to get different inputs, and the one that we're going to be using is get axis. And get axis is specifically for the mouse and potentially joystick controllers. I haven't done too much with that yet, but I assume it's similar. You can do input dot get axis, and then in here it says string axis name. It says returns the value of the virtual axis identified by axis name. So that's just going to be how much we're moving our mouse in this frame. And so the name in here is just going to be mouse X. So that's the X movement of our mouse. And then we want to multiply that by our camera speed. So we have our original mouse movement, and then we want to make it go a little bit faster, maybe a little bit slower, depending on our scenario. So right now we're going to multiply it by that camera speed variable we set earlier. So times camera speed. That's going to give us how much movement we just did in the last frame. Now we can use that to modify the camera. And so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to rotate the game object a little bit. So there's some nice methods in the transform component that we can use to our advantage. So we can reference the current game object with game object transform rotate right here, and you can see it has a very complicated description. Applies a rotation of Euler angles. Z degrees are on the z-axis, x are on the x-axis, y are on the y-axis, in that order. And rotation just gets so complex the more you go into it. So it's best not to think about it too much unless you really want to, get into it. Which, if you're into that, I would recommend it. It could be pretty fun. And so for this, we're just going to have 0, horizontal, and 0 again. And then down here, we're going to adjust the camera's position, and we're going to make it look at the ball as well. So how we're going to do that is we're first going to calculate the sort of desired angle. And the desired angle is the angle that we just set this game object's rotation to. When we did the rotate, we're going to set it to that angle. So desired angle, game object, transform, and then you remember that description from earlier? It said Euler angles. We're going to use those. Because if you don't use those, you're going to have to use quaternions, and those are even crazier. So Euler angles dot y, and the y angle is kind of the left and right turning angle. This x is up and down, and then z is kind of like a rotation like that. And so now we're going to do we're going to use a little bit of quaternions. You know, we can mix these two things. We can mix the Euler angles and the quaternions to kind of get to our desired effect. But we can use all these helper methods, so we don't have to do any math ourselves, which is very, very nice. So we can declare a quaternion rotation. This is going to be the camera's new rotation. And we can create a quaternion using this method, quaternion.Euler, and that's going to construct it using the Euler rotation. And so if this is kind of going to your head, no worries. This is the most complex part of the whole workshop. After we get through this, it's going to be smooth sailing. But it's just that camera systems are super complicated, and you know, you could spend weeks on just trying to get your camera system to work. So quaternion.Euler, and then 0, desired angle, 0. So that's going to create the quaternion using that angle from earlier. Now we can use this angle to calculate the position of our camera, and then we're going to make our camera look at the ball. So we can do main camera, transform, and dot position equals the current game object that we're following, which is going to be the ball. Game object dot transform dot position minus, because we don't just want to set the camera to the ball's position. That would be like a first person view, but we don't want that. Instead, we're going to use that rotation and our offset. And by combining those two, the offset will basically rotate around the ball as the rotation changes. And so inside these parentheses, we can do rotation times offset. And so rotation is a quaternion, offset is a vector 3, and so it's going to rotate that vector 3 around the ball, kind of like a circular orbit. And then we want to make the camera look at the ball, so we can do main camera, transform, look at. That's a nice method. It says rotates the transform so the forward vector points to the current target location. So it's going to make the camera look at the ball. And it wants a transform target. So we can get the transform on the ball, which is game object dot transform. And that's the whole camera script. So it's few lines, but it's kind of mind-boggling, and I'm not going to get any further into camera systems in this workshop. All right, now let's go test it. See if it works. So if we go back here, our ball does indeed have the camera manager script on it. Let's see what happens. So if we hit play, we can move our mouse left and right, and we can see that it's actually working pretty well. I think the camera's angled a little bit down too much. And so if you get stuck kind of like this because the mouse is locked, you can hold escape, and then you can hit the play button again to get out of that view. So let's go to the main camera and angle it up a little bit. So instead of 27, let's do about 20 degrees for the rotation X. Let's hit play again. And well, that didn't change too much, but for our purposes, well, actually, if we want to change the angle, because the angle is determined by the look at, and it's always going to be at the center of the screen, we can actually just shift the camera down a little bit, because then it'll be a kind of steeper angle. So if we do that, you can see a little bit more. Let's just shift it down a little bit more. See what that looks like. Oh, yeah, that's looking pretty good. So I think that's pretty much it for our camera. So we can look around. And now let's dive into the next thing, which will be the ball movement. So we want to be able to choose our power and then shoot the ball forward. So this is going to involve physics, because we want the ball to roll on the ground. We want it to hit the sides and kind of bounce off. We want it to do all sorts of different stuff. So before we begin, any questions so far? Anything you want repeated, unclear? Otherwise, we'll dive right back into it. All right. So let's go ahead and create another script. So in this script, right click, create C# script, and let's call it ball manager. This is going to manage the ball. And inside of here, the script might look a little bit lengthier than the other one, but it's actually going to be somewhat simpler in concept. So at the beginning, of course, we're going to define a few variables that we're going to use and that we want to hook up to things outside of the script, just like the camera manager script. And so the first one is going to be the camera. We need that guy again. And the reason that we need the camera again is we want to get the camera's current rotation, so where it's looking, and then shoot the ball in that direction. And so we're going to get the camera's rotation and then make the ball go wherever the player is looking, because that's the direction they want to shoot. So let's declare it again, public camera, main camera. And then we also want to max speed of the ball. So how fast can it go if you do a maximum power shot? So public float, max speed. And we'll just set that in the editor, and we can adjust it as needed if it's too much, too little. And for now, that is pretty much all we need. We'll be adding some more stuff later to this script to hook it up to the UI, but that's going to be a little bit later. And so in the update function, we are just going to detect inputs. We're going to see if they pressed the launch button. And how we're going to do that is we can just check if input.get button down. So you can see here, as I'm typing it, it's coming up with suggestions. There's get button down, and get button up. And they all have their different uses. So get button returns true as it's held down. So it's like when they're holding the button. Get button down is during the first frame that they press it. So right when they press it down, they'll shoot, which is what we want. And then get button up is when they release it. So maybe they don't want to shoot yet. They're holding it down and then they shoot. And that could be useful for maybe adjusting the power of the shot by just holding space, which could be fun too. But in this example, we're going to be using the left and right mouse buttons to actually adjust the power of the shot. So we're using get button down. And then inside here, you're going to pass in the button name. And these button names are defined by you in the project settings, and we're going to go there right after this. So we're going to call this button launch. It's going to launch our ball. So we have an if statement. If we hit the launch button, do something. And this is called every frame. So it's like a polling approach. Every frame. Do you press the launch button? Nope. Do you press the launch button? Yes. Now we're going to launch. So we want to launch ball forward. And so how we're going to do that is we need some physics. Our ball doesn't have any physics right now. It's kind of just sitting there. And so in order to add physics, we can add a component called a rigid body to the ball. And a rigid body basically just applies physics to your object. And so it makes it affected by gravity. If other objects hit it, they collide with it, and it gets pushed. You can do all sorts of different configuration to, make it move the way that you want it to move. So you want it to have more mass, you want to slide across a slippery surface. All of that kind of ties into the rigid body. So click on our ball, add component. We can type in rigid body. And this is what's going to do all of that for us. And so for now, we're just going to keep all of this as is, except for constraints. So the reason that we're going to do constraints right now is because our camera system is pretty simple, and if we don't constrain it, it's going to kind of go crazy. And I can show you that in a bit. But we're going to come back to these constraints. But this is basically what the rigid body can affect the object, what different axes. So it has freeze position, freeze rotation. So if you don't want the rigid body to make the object fall over or, rotate, then you can freeze all of the rotation and it won't fall over. But otherwise, it might fall over if it gets hit by something else. And so let's go back into our script, because now that we have the rigid body component on there, we can use that component. Let's do that. We want to launch the ball forward. And a good method to do this is by setting its velocity. And we can only set its velocity if we have this rigid body component, because velocity is a physics calculation. So we can reference our game object with game object. And we want to get the component rigid body. So we can do dot get component. And then in these dudes, we type the name of our component. So rigid body. And then or parentheses. And now that we have the component, we can do stuff to it. So we could do dot velocity. Now we have the velocity. We want to set it to something, right? We want to set it to the camera's forward rotation, right? Times some value. And that value is going to be the power. So let's try that. So we're going to be using the main camera transform dot rotation. That's wherever it's looking. And then times, we want it to go forward based on that rotation. So that would just be vector3 dot forward. And then we want to have a power, right? And we set max speed as kind of like the max power, max speed that the ball can go when we launch. And so then we just multiply it by max speed. That's it. Simple, right? Let's test it, see if it works. So back in Unity, click the ball, and let's add our new ball manager script to it. So ball manager, add that. Main camera, got to link that up before we start, otherwise it'll give errors. So we can just drag the main camera right in there. And then max speed, let's set this to, I don't know, 100. See what 100 does, right? And let's play it and see if it works. Uh-oh, we've got an error. So down here you can see errors, and if you click the console tab next to the project tab, we can see what those errors are. You can see it says argument exception, input button launch is not set up. Oh, and it's telling us how to change the input. And if you want to see where the error comes from, you can double click it and it'll open up the script to the exact line. So you can see we're trying to get the button on launch, but the button launch doesn't exist. So we got to make it. So it says use edit settings input. Okay, seems simple. So edit project settings, and we'll have a window that looks like this. We go to input manager. You can see here there's a drop down called axes. These are all of our inputs. And we want it to be on space. So I press space to launch. And we can just edit the existing one, jump. So jump is already space. As you can see, positive button, space. And we just have to change the name. If we didn't want to change the name, we could just change our code to use jump, but I think launch is more clear. So click on the name and then make it launch, and you'll see it updates there and there. And now let's try it. Click on play again. No errors. All right, we can move our camera around. Good. Let's press space. That was too fast. That was very fast. We're out of the game bounds. So let's decrease that a little bit down here. Max speed. Let's go to 5. Hit play again. With 5 max speed, it kind of just rolls. Oh, but wait, what's the camera doing? I'm not doing that. What's happening? This is what I mentioned earlier with those constraints in our simple camera system. Because the camera system uses the ball's rotation to kind of figure out where it should be looking, as the ball rolls and rotates around, the camera switches around with it. And we don't want that to happen. And so in order to make that not happen, you have to click on the ball, go back to a rigid body, and freeze the rotation for X, Y, and Z. And this is going to make it so the ball doesn't actually roll, which, you know, isn't ideal for a golf game. But for this workshop, we have a simple camera system that relies on the ball not rolling really. And so we're just going to do that. We could additionally perhaps uncheck just keep the Y checked and see what that does. I didn't actually test that. but that might help. Let's see. If we launch the ball, does not know. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to lock all of these 3 rotations and the constraints freeze rotation. And then if we play it again, let's see if we still get that weird going back and forth camera. Press the space bar. Oh, seems pretty good. The ball definitely doesn't go as far because it's not actually rolling anymore, but that's okay. We're just making a simple thing. We can expand on it later. That's looking pretty good so far. Let's change the power back up to 30. Let's see how that looks. Space to fire, hit that wall, and it just kind of sticks there. We want to make these models bouncy too, right? And if we look at that, we can kind of go up the volcano and it kind of sticks there. So that's not ideal, but again, it's a limit of our simple camera system. So let's make the walls bouncy. And so we can adjust the physics properties of other objects by using physics materials. So as you can see, each of these walls has a component called box collider, and that's the collision area of that object. And cubes just have, a cube collision. You can see the green lines, that's the collision. And so we can actually change this material on the box collider here to a new physics material that we create that'll make it bounce off the walls a little bit more, because that's kind of fun. So in our assets view, we can right click, create, and go down until we see physics material right here. So once we create that, let's name it wall. With it selected, you can see in the inspector, we have dynamic friction, static friction, bounciness. Main thing we're concerned about right now is bounciness, because we don't have to bounce off. But from physics class, dynamic friction is how much friction there is when something is moving on it. Static friction is when there's something that's, standing still, and how much it takes to push it, make it move. And so for spheres that are rolling, which ours is not, if it was rolling, that would be a tricky thing to actually kind of adjust, since it's rolling, so it's not quite dynamic friction. But that's more physics that you can get into if you want. The main thing we want here is bounciness. Let's turn the bounciness up to 1 and see what that does. But we have to apply it to all of our walls first. Let's open up each of our walls. Go down here to box collider, material, and choose the wall material. Do that for all of them. Cool. So now they all have that bouncy material. Let's see if it bounces off. Now hit the play again. Oh, it bounces off a lot more. That's pretty good. I like that. Look at that. Bounce off the walls. Does it bounce off the log? Nope, it gets stuck on the log. Maybe we want that as a feature, maybe we don't. Because we could just apply that wall material to the log again and it would bounce off the log. But for now, I think we'll just keep it on the walls. That's looking pretty good so far. So now, we want to actually be able to adjust the power of the ball. Instead of just having the set max power every shot, we want to be able to adjust it through some UI thing. And so the UI system in Unity is kind of complex. There's a lot of things you can really dive into, but we're just going to create something super simple today to do that. So for our purposes, in the hierarchy, let's right-click UI, and then we can create a scroll bar. Oh my gosh, what is that? What's it doing over there? So when you add 2D UI to your 3D scene, it kind of looks weird. And how you fix this is you click on your canvas right here. You click 2D up here next to shaded. You can see this button. And then you click F to fit it to the frame. And now if we zoom in a little bit, you can see, oh, our scroll bar is down there in the bottom right. So let's move that to the middle. So select our scroll bar. And you can see here, this little box right here is kind of anchors and pivots, which is very useful for aligning things. So if you click that, and then this whole crazy thing pops up, this is just where it's going to be anchored. So like this is the top left corner. This is the top right corner. Let's anchor it at the bottom middle. So let's just click that. But we also want to anchor the position and height and width. And so to do that, you'll hold Alt and shift as well, and then click that, and now you can see it goes right to the middle. That's exactly what we want. And we can close that, and we can open it up. So if we start opening these things, we can see we have a scroll bar, sliding handle. If we zoom in a little bit, we can see what that is. Oh, actually, we didn't want a scroll bar. We wanted something else. We could probably use a scroll bar, actually. Let me see. No, that wouldn't be ideal. Yeah. So you can really use kind of whatever UI element you want because you can really customize them. But for this instance, we are going to use the slider. That's what it was. Yeah. So you can see that looks a little bit different. And that's what we're looking for. So again, recenter it, Shift Alt, click down there, lines down there. So if we open this up, then we can see everything. And so if we click slider and we go into the slider component over here, we can adjust the value. We can see it goes up and down. That sounds like what we want. As we click left and right on our mouse, we can adjust the power up or down, right? So that is exactly what we want. But we don't want that handle there. So we can just get rid of the handle. Handle slide area, delete it. And so now if we slide this back and forth, click on the slider value, that's what we're sliding here. We click on that, we can slide it kind of back and forth. Cool. Now we want to look green when we power up. Click on fill area, expand it, fill. And we can change the color of the image here to green. And so now you can see as we change the value, it increases. And it doesn't quite hit the end, and that's because it used to have the slider there, so its default properties kind of make it constrained. And for the purposes of this tutorial, it would be slightly too long to kind of go into that and fix it, so this will be fine for our purposes. But it's a little bit small. So let's make it a little bit bigger. Start expanding it, hold Alt. We can kind of expand it on all the axes. And then Shift keeps the aspect ratio, so Alt and Shift. And that looks pretty good. And then again, we can go to Rectangle Transform, Alt Shift, put it at the bottom. And that looks pretty good. So if you go to the game view, that's what it looks like in the game. We added some UI. It's kind of cool, right? So now we need to animate this UI as we power up. And that's going to be done using a script. The same script that we used to launch the ball. Let's go back into it. Go back into the ball manager. And first we need a reference to the slider because we want to be able to adjust that slider's value as the power goes up and down. And to do that, we needed a new import. We need to using Unity Engine .ui, and that's going to give you all the UI classes. And here we can add a new public variable called slider, and we're just going to drag and drop our slider onto that so we can use it. Slider. So the slider was that component of the UI that we just saw there. And then we're also going to have slider speed, and so the slider speed is going to be how fast you can charge up or down. We'll declare that as just a float, like float slider speed. That's looking pretty good. So now we just have to use all of this stuff that we have. So down here in start, we should probably reset the slider value to 0 in case we have it adjusted for testing. Just something good to do. So slider.value. And that's the value that I was adjusting before to kind of change it. Slider.value equals 0. And this value just goes between 0 and 1. You could see that earlier when we were adjusting it. 0 to 1, and then anything in between. And now in update, this is where it's going to get a little bit crazier. So we've got our launch. That works great. Looks good. We're actually going to modify that just a little bit. But now we want to check if they're pressing the left or mouse buttons. This is another input function. So we can check for that. If input dot get mouse button, and this is going to get return true if we're currently pressing the mouse down, and we want to do it when it's held. So you hold it down, power goes up, and then if you hold down the right button, power goes down. So we'll do get mouse button down, 0. And that's going to be the left mouse button. Inside there, we're just going to add some to the slider value. Now, do slider dot value, but not 0 this time. We're going to do actually plus equals slider speed. So that's how fast the slider is going to go up every frame that this is happening. But there's a catch here. So depending on the user's frame rate when they're playing the game, this could go faster or slower. So let's say they're running at 10 frames per second. Update is called 10 times per second. And so every second, if they're holding it down, it'll go slider speed, and just keep increasing it, right? But let's say someone was running at 100 frames per second. Their slider would increase so much faster because there's so many more updates in a single second. And so to accommodate for this, Unity has this thing called delta time. And delta time is the amount of time that passed between this frame and the previous frame. And so for the 10 frame guy, it would be, a couple, like 100 milliseconds, right? The 100 frame guy, it would be much smaller. And we can multiply that times the slider speed to kind of get an adjusted / normalized value that is the same across all systems, no matter the frame rate. And so this is very important, especially for movement systems. So we can do slider speed times time dot delta time. Actually, yeah, we can see in the description here, it says the completion time in seconds since the last frame. So that's how long since the last update was called. That's super important that we also have that. And so that's just going to increase it when we press the left mouse button. Now let's copy this code and paste it. And we can change it to 1 for the right mouse button. And instead of plus equals, we could do minus equals. And that should increase and decrease it as we click the buttons. But now we want to use that slider value to adjust the power of the shot, right? So right now it's just times max speed. But instead we can do max speed times slider.value. Because slider.value is just between 0 and 1, we're always going to get between 0% and 100% of that max speed, which is exactly what we want. So save that and let's try it out. Go back into the game. Uh-oh, it's got an error. What's the error? We go into console. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. This is a very common error, and it happens when you declare like a public variable, like our slider, and then you don't assign something to it, and then you try to use it, and it doesn't exist. So in that case, we have to click on the ball. Remember, this is in the ball manager script. You can see slider has none. So all we have to do is drag the slider right onto there. And we also need a slider speed. For this, let's try 1. See how that looks. Now let's go back into the game and see if it works. No errors. Slider value is reset to 0. If I click the left mouse button, it increases. Click the right mouse button, decreases. Seems like it's working pretty well. So now let's try out the shot powers. Let's try 0, let's try a little bit power. Didn't go too far. Let's try max power. Yeah, went pretty far. So that's exactly what we're looking for. Super simple, but it gets the job done. Let's increase the ball's max power while we're at it, right? Instead of 30, let's do 50. I want to be able to get those hole-in-ones. So now, after we're done with that, we can actually do a little bit of play testing just to see how it works, and see kind of what any bugs might be with our current systems. Let's increase that, press space, but I could just keep pressing space and fly around. I could just increase max power. Oh, I'm gone. Okay, so there's something here. It doesn't reset the power after each shot, and we can shoot while we're moving. We shouldn't be able to shoot while we're moving. We should wait until we stop, then be able to adjust our power and shoot. So let's add that in our code. So back in a Visual Studio Code, or rather Visual Studio, Let's add some more stuff to our update. First, we want to check the speed. If the speed is moving, right? If the ball is moving, if there is speed, then we don't want to be able to launch or adjust the sliders. Let's do that. Now, we can get the speed by the magnitude of the velocity. And the velocity is super easy to get. We got it right here, right? Game object, get component, rigid body, velocity. Let's use that. So we float speed equals all of that dot magnitude. And that's just going to get our speed. So now we can check if our speed is within a certain range. Like if it's going slow enough, then we can shoot. Because it might always have some sort of almost zero speed, but not quite. So we're going to give it sort of a threshold. So we can say if mathf, we're going to use a math library, abs. We're using absolute value because speed might be 0 or might be negative or might not be negative. I forget, but I'm just using this anyway. So if the absolute value of our speed is less than 0.1, so if it's going pretty slow, then we can do all of this stuff. We're going to throw all of this into our if statement, just like that. And so now, only if the speed is pretty slow can we do any of this. But we also need to reset the slider value after we shoot. And that's super easy too. We do it up here, right? Slider.value equals 0. Just copy that and put it in our launch function. See the launch if statement right here. Just like that. And let's see how that looks. Now we can hit play, charge up, launch, and I can't increase speed and I can't launch either. But now I stop moving, I can launch again. Launch up the volcano, didn't quite get there, try it again. A little bit stuck, go right through it. So it's a little difficult. You can fall through something sometimes, but those are just bugs that need to be worked out in the future. And the last thing that we need to do is we need to actually make it tell us that we won, right? If we get it in the volcano, pop up some text saying, hey, you won. In a future version of this game, you could make it depend on the number of strokes that it took you to get it in. So if you get it in 1 stroke, then it says hole in 1. If you get it in 2, then it would be based on, you know, the par value of that course. So birdie, par, bogey, all those different things. For our purposes, we're just going to say you won if you get it in. And that's going to be actually the last thing that we're doing for this workshop. So we want to just say you won if you get it in a certain region, because the region is going to be kind of an area in the hole. And so how we can do that is in the level. Let's switch back to 3D mode. So up here next to shaded, you see 2D. Unclick that. And then see the level. Hit F. And it'll zoom right back into the level. You can zoom in a little bit more. We want our region to be right in there. Right. I think this volcano might be a little bit too steep, actually. Let me adjust it just a little bit. Let's go to here and a little bit bigger. Brush size 6 or so, and then we can do shift click again and decrease it a little bit. Yeah, you have to play with the terrain a lot to make it, you know, look exactly how you want it to, make it nice and smooth. But this is just kind of like a little intro. As you can see, it doesn't look quite that great. You have to do some blending. And there is a smooth height, actually, but it doesn't always work for the smaller things, but that's okay. So as you can see, that's our terrain. If we go back to this, our gizmos are gone again. So I'll restart real quick, and then we'll finish up this up with the last thing. Feel free to let me know if you have any questions. Apparently it doesn't want to load. Cool. Sometimes that also happens. There we go. So We're back in here. We got our smaller hill. That looks kind of weird, but that's okay. And so we want to define a region that the ball can be in, and it'll say, hey, you won. So inside our level, we can right-click level and hit create empty. And this is just going to be an invisible game object because we want to define an invisible region that'll trigger the win. So we can say whole region. Our object is kind of over there, so we can move it over here. And in order to define a region, we can use a rigid body, actually, or rather not a rigid body. We don't want physics, but we do want a collision kind of area. And so we can add a collider. There's all sorts of colliders, box collider, capsule collider. It just depends on what your object is shaped like. And so for us, we're going to do a box collider. And if we look at this, we can move it over to our hole. And it's way down there, so we can move it up and across. Let's see, just across a little bit more. It's a little bit difficult to position. Now, there's definitely better ways to do this, but this is just one of them. And we'll just position it right in the center, lower it down a little bit, and that looks pretty good. We can increase the size slightly just to make sure they can get in the hole. There we go. So if they get in that area, then they win. So we want to detect that. And instead of this actually colliding with the ball, we just want it to trigger something. And how we do that is we do this check over here on the box collider component called isTrigger. Just check that. That's it. And so that's going to trigger something. And we can use some of the scripting methods to use that. Let's do that right now. So back in here, we actually want to go back to Unity real quick and create the hole detection script. So let's do that right now. So create C# script, and let's go name it hole detection. Open that up. And this is going to be super simple. We don't even need these guys. All we need is a method called onTriggerEnter, and that's called when another object enters that collision region. And so we can use it by defining it like this: public void onTriggerEnter. And you see it has the pop-up, and it gives it all to me. And so you get it by the collider of the other thing that it hit. But we don't want it to just collide with anything. Like if something else falls in there somehow, we don't want it to trigger, only if the ball gets in there. And so we can do that by using tags. We can assign a tag to a game object, which is kind of just a string that sort of identifies the game object. So we can check its tag, see if the tag is the ball, and then trigger the win. And there's a lot of different ways to compare different game objects and stuff, but this is just one way. So we can check if the other thing that just fell into this collider, game object, so we get the game object that fell into it. If it's tag equals ball, so if this is the ball that just fell into the zone, then ball entered the region. And we can actually print this to the screen before we add the text, just to make sure it's working. So we could do debug.log ball entered region. So that's going to print if the ball enters the region. So let's test it. So we want to apply this to the whole region script, remember. So add component, hole detection. Let's try it out. See if we can get it into the region. So let's charge up like that, and then try to get it right in there. Not quite. No, we're stuck. And see, we got it into the region. Did it do anything? Let's see. Where'd the console go? What the heck? The console is apparently gone. That is real weird. Okay. That was strange. Okay, let's try that one more time. So launch the ball, and then we want to get it into the region. Not quite. And there is nothing detected. Why is that? We didn't give the ball the tag of ball. So it detected something, but it didn't see the tag. So it's like, I'm not going to print anything. So instead, I'm going to go to the ball game object. You can see up here at the top near the title, it says tag untagged. Let's add the ball tag. So we can go down to add tag, hit the plus right here, and call it ball. And so now our ball can have the ball tag. So let's try that one more time and see if we get the print. That. Charge up. Nope, not quite. Got stuck. Not quite. It was right in there. And as you can see, it says ball entered region. Perfect. That's exactly what we're looking for. So now, to conclude, we're just going to make some quick text that's going to just appear on the screen saying, you win. So let's do that right now in our UI system. So in our canvas, we can right-click it and go to UI and text, because this is going to be text. And of course, switch to 2D mode up here. Hit F, reframe, and scroll out. There's our text. So it looks pretty ugly though, right? So that's why I included that font in the workshop resources as well. And so if we go ahead and download that font, it's the adventure.otf. We can use that to make our win text look much better. So just downloaded it. Let's drag it right in there. And there it is, adventure. So now in the text, instead of using font Arial, we hit this little thing and choose adventure. And let's change the font size to 50. And it's cut off. So in here, in the rect transform, click this thing again. And then down here in the bottom right, we want to expand the entire window. So let's hold Alt and Shift, click that, and there it is. And then we can go to paragraph down here, alignment, middle, middle, and now it's right in the middle of the screen, which is just what we want. We can make it a little bit bigger. And let's change the color to red. And let's change the text to you win. Let's change the color. You can see color right here. Change that, maybe like an orangish. There we go. That looks pretty good. Let's add a stroke around the edges, a little outline, so that it kind of contrasts with the background. So we can add component, stroke. Actually, it's rather called outline. You can see there's an outline now. Let's just increase the effect. This is 2, -2. If we click on effect color, you can see the alpha channel here. It's halfway transparent, so 50% transparent. We can actually increase that to 100%. Nice, thick outline. Perfect. So we're just going to make that appear when they get the ball in the hole. Let's do it. So get out of 2D mode, go back to the level, and let's go back into our hole detection script. So right in here, first we need the text. We can just get the general game object here because we're going to just set the game object active or not active. If it's not active, it'll be invisible. If it's active, it'll be visible. So we can specify public game object text. And that's the game object that has the text on it. And then when we enter the region, instead of logging it, let's do text.setActive true. So that's just going to make the text appear when we enter the region. And so going back into Unity, we want to hide the text first. We don't want it to be showing at the beginning of the game, because if you go to the game view, you win is already there. They didn't win yet. So you just select it, and then this check mark next to the name, that's what sets it active or inactive. So if we just uncheck it, it disappears. As you can see, it's not there anymore. And so one last thing before we actually try it out, in the hole detection, if we click on the whole region and we see the script here, it's waiting for the text game object. So we can just drag this right in there. And that's pretty much it. So if we go ahead and play our game, charge up, fire. Let's try to get it in. Charge up, fire. Just over. Just over. Oh, it's stuck. Let's try to get it right in there. Nope. The terrain is a little wonky. Actually, I think it just got stuck. But once we get it in, we should see that text appear. Nope. Gonna hit it at just the right angle. Let's try it again. Oop, not quite. Yeah, so this is the movement is due to some of our camera limitations and that freezing rotation. Generally, we would spend more time on this, but we don't have quite enough. So as you can see, we got it in. It says you win. And that's pretty much it for this Unity tutorial. I hope you learned something. Now you can see kind of how to make those golf games that you see on Steam. It's not too bad, really. This is what we did in about 2 hours from scratch. And so with more time, you could, make the terrain look better, fix the camera, add some more things, add more levels, and all sorts of stuff. So that concludes this workshop. Thanks for coming. I'll stick here for just a couple more minutes if you have extra questions or want to learn more. So thanks for coming to the workshop. Yeah, of course. Yep, that is pretty much it. Happy hacking.
I said I'm moving too far. Get it glass. Looking at a shooting star. Got more than a couple of people going mad. I swear they're rooting hard. Tell them I'd be big in the game like she went and got them breast implants. I said I'm moving too fast. Didn't even get a glance. I'm ready to eat up track like I'm seated in a restaurant. If you had swag like mine, you know it's best to flaunt. We aren't hating because you aren't. Shining like it's neon. Rock like kings of Leon. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, then amateurs have to leave. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, then amateurs have to leave. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting shots. Shooting stars. Didn't even get to cross. I said I'm moving
close till I get up. Time is barely on our side.
waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll and we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Can't try to forget that you were here. Some part of me wants to disappear with you. My soul and all that I could afford. So we gotta fall into what you explore.
play the fool you wanted to. Why do you keep spinning my wheels for you? I toss and turn, seem so absurd, but is this real love, baby? Is this real love, real love? Real love, real
That is constantly changing. Always rearranging. Always rearranging. Always rearranging. That is constantly changing. Always rearranging. Always rearranging. Constantly changing, always rearranging, always rearranging, always rearranging. That is constantly changing, always rearranging, always rearranging, always rearranging.
falling in quickly. Tell me you feel something too. Caught in the moment, I'm lost here without you. Tangled up in your web, holding on to every word you said. I'm ready, you know, I'm open to show. Would you say the same? We're falling from outer space. We're moving like a full-paced supernova. We're making all the headlines now, and I just wanna seize the moment, 'cause we won't ever slow it down. Kissing in the rain, tastes just like champagne. Falling every day, we're falling from outer space. Hoping time will change, got love on my brain. Would you say the same? We're falling from outer space. 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 Falling in quickly. Tell me you feel something too. Caught in the moment, I'm lost here without you. Tangled up in your web, holding on to every word you said. I'm ready, you know, I'm open to show. Would you say the same? We're falling from outer space. We're moving like a full-paced supernova. We're making all the headlines now, and I just wanna seize the moment, 'cause we won't ever slow it down. Kissing in the rain, tastes just like champagne. Falling every day, we're falling from outer space. Hoping time will change, got love on my brain. Would you say the same? We're falling from outer space. 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 Beverly Hills was where I met you. Driving the 1990 red coupe. Hands in the air and music blasting. And my heart was pounding. Wind in my hair and we were laughing. And all of the questions you were asking, making me feel like it was just us. And my mind was racing. Never had love before I saw you. Never had lost before I loved you. And did you learn to run from nothing? You would be my extra something. Just you and me here in this motel, wishing that we wouldn't grow older. 3 a.m. talks on Sunday morning, with your arms around me. Wanted to stay here in this moment, try to stop time until it's frozen. You had me falling from the first look, and now you've got me hooked. Never had love before I saw you. Never had lost before I loved you. And did you learn to run from nothing? You would be my extra something.
so far away. The only thing between us is empty space, empty space. Even when the music is loud, I'd rather be no other place than here with you now, here with you now. Here with you. See your face in the crowd, but you don't seem so far away. Nothing between us is empty space, empty space. Even when the music is loud, I'd rather be no other place. Here with you now, here with you now. Here with you now. Here with you. Rather be no other place than here with you now. Place than here with you. I see your face in the crowd, but you don't seem so far away. Nothing between us is empty space, empty space. Even when the music is loud, I'd rather be no other place. Here with you now, here with you now.
Initiating goodnight sequence. Dispersing appropriate dosage of compound 347. Initiating phase 1 of memory calibration. This won't hurt a bit. Just close your eyes.
me when you're down. Talk to me when you're broken. Talk to me when you're down. I can hear what's unspoken. Talk to me when you're down. Talk to me when you're broken. Talk to me when you're down. I can hear what's unspoken. breaking ice and you've been breaking records. I've been waking up, dreaming everything we do. We do. I've been on the run and you're the one that saves me. Love is overdone. You know how to break me in two. Dancing in the dark, clouds over the stars. I'll give you the keys to steal my heart. I just wanna know ya. I just wanna know ya. I just wanna know you better. Diamonds on your face, can you leave a trace? Lucy in the sky, but give me a taste. I just wanna know ya. I just wanna know ya. I just wanna know you better. Just wanna know you better. I just wanna know you. Just wanna know you. Just wanna know you better. Rocking me to space, launch me to your island. I'll give you a chase if you want my body too. Losing myself, that's the way I like it. Got me in a haze, now all that I'm seeing is blue. Blue. Dancing in the dark, clouds over the stars. I'll give you the keys to steal my heart. I just wanna know ya. I just wanna know ya. I just wanna know you better. Diamonds on your face, can you as your day unfolds. Challenge what the future holds. Try and keep your head up to the sky. Lovers, they may cause you tears. Go ahead, release your fears. Stand up and be counted. Don't be ashamed to cry. You gotta be bad. You gotta be bold. You gotta be wise. You gotta be hard. You gotta be tough. You gotta be strong, guy. You gotta be cool. You gotta be calm. You gotta stay together. All I know, love will save the day. In your own sweet time. Some might have more cash than you, others take a different view. My, oh my. You gotta be bad, you gotta be bold, you gotta be wise. You gotta be hard, you gotta be tough, you gotta be strong, guy. You gotta be cool, you gotta be calm, you gotta stay together. All I know, love will save the day. You gotta be hard, you gotta be tough, you gotta be strong, guy. You gotta be cool, you gotta be calm, you gotta stay together. All I know, love is safe today. You gotta be, you gotta be, you gotta be, you gotta be, you gotta be. You gotta be bad, you gotta be bold, you gotta be wise. You gotta be hard, you gotta be tough, you gotta be strong, guy. You gotta be cool, you gotta be calm, you gotta stay together. All I know, love will save the day.
notice my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for me. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Let's play, 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 play. Turbo mode enabled. Pinball. Enabled. Let's play pinball. Pinball. Turbo mode. Enabled. Enabled. Enabled.
Everyone, welcome to our Intro to Web Dev workshop. You can probably get started in a couple of minutes. I think some other workshops are still starting to wrap up, so we can give some people some time to filter in. I did change the screen sharing permissions, so Kevin and Ben, if you guys would like want to, I don't know, set up slides or whatever else that you might have. But yeah, so feel free to just kind of hang out for a little bit and yeah, talk in the chat amongst yourselves.
Turbo mode. Enabled.
So it is 8:05, so you can probably go ahead and get started. Our workshops are also being live streamed on our website, Twitch, and YouTube. So there'll be a couple of viewers tuning in from those channels as well.
Awesome. Sorry, just give me a sec as I finish setting up here. My camera is not working on my Mac, so Ben, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to leave you there alone.
Don't worry. So hello everyone, my name is Benjamin. I'm a third-year computer science major at Davis, and yeah, I'm excited to present today.
Hi y'all, and my name is Kevin. I am a third-year computer science and economics double major, and I am the director of technology backend for #Include. So me and Ben are both director of tech for Include, and today we'll be presenting this kind of workshop for you. But first, I'll tell you a little bit about Include. So our mission, we code for social good, and we work in projects. We have different kind of projects every quarter, and we aim to provide web development and mobile app development services for local nonprofit organizations. And we want to really provide opportunities for students to work in these kind of projects and gain coding experience. So for our actual workshop now, we are doing an HTML CSS workshop, and hopefully by the end of this, you'll be able to actually code your own HTML website. You'll understand kind of how to use the different elements and be able to style it with CSS and just kind of create your own nice little website. Awesome. And so the first thing we want to make sure you guys all have when we do this is a GitHub account. Git is less important, but GitHub and VS Code are two of the most important ones I would say you would need for this. Yeah.
So yeah, if anyone needs this slide, I sent it in the chat. We'll be moving forward, but if you need to download anything, you can access it on the Google Slides.
Awesome. So I'll talk a little bit about HTML now. So HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, HTML. And basically it tells the browser how to display the information, display the content that you coded in. And at the bottom, you can kind of see, you start the code with the HTML inside those little bracket thingies, and then you end it with a /HTML. And inside you can have head, bodies, and within those you can have different paragraphs, headers, which we'll get into actually in the next few slides. And here, as I just said, so you want to start off your document at the top with the doc type HTML. Basically, it tells, it basically just says that this is an HTML5 file, I believe. And then within there, you can have your different head and your body. And then within that is where you would put more code. So yeah, within head, this is what we call the meta head. And basically it contains metadata, and you place it between the HTML and the first body, or the body tag. And HTML metadata is basically data about the HTML document. It isn't typically displayed, so you won't see it when you pull up a page. And it usually defines the documents like titles, character sets, styles, scripts, and just other kind of information. And then for the body, so this body is what is typically displayed on the actual home page. You can see there when you write at the bottom on line 11 where it says H1, it says welcome to the research lab. So what will happen is then on the actual page, it'll show the header as welcome to the research lab. And then for inside the body, there are also a bunch of other different tags that you can use. You can use the paragraphs, you can use header 1, header 2, basically main headers or subheaders. You can use different kind of links, bullet points, different kind of items. There's just a lot of different things. And actually a good website that you can look up more of these is I think it's w3schools.com. I can actually give me a bit and I'll send that link in the chat, but that's you can learn a lot more about HTML and CSS from those websites and different kind of tags you can use as well. Now, as I was saying earlier, with the H1 and the H2, you can see how the main header, the H1, Welcome to Research Lab, is a lot bigger than the other two. The header 2 and both the header 2s on line 12 and 16. And then you would have bullet point lists, which is the LI for author, year published. And yeah, you can just put the information on your webpage with these different kind of tags. And then in addition to tags, you can also have like kind of dividers. So you can see like the div. You can have links within them. It's really helpful for like organization and then being able to like divide up different sections and have your code just a little more clear and be able to section out different areas. Now, with the links too, you can link it to other websites, other pages, like other pages within your website. So it's not just like you're not having like one code, like one file for maybe 10 pages. You can have like 10 different files and they would all just link to each other or whatnot. And so that's the HTML. HTML is what you would normally do with like the actual display and like the content, but CSS is where we want to style things. And this is what like really makes the content look a lot nicer. Typically, you can use this to, well, I mean, here, the example is you can choose a different color. So in this case, we chose the H1 color to be red. And if you remember how we had H1 before, it was kind of like the black, this is the research lab kind of line. Now instead, we can have that header become the color red instead. And yeah, you can have CSS in the actual HTML file, which is shown on like the top. That's the inline, and then you can also have it in a CSS file. So you would want to link that in the head. So this is, remember we were talking about like the metadata. You can have that linked to a different CSS file, so style.css, and then you can have all this style in that CSS file instead. And then we have selectors. So basically selectors are different kind of ways you can use to select the element you want to style, whether it's like color. So in this case, you have color, background, and there you can select to use to change the font weight there to bold. So this is just some different kind of examples of how you can use CSS to style and change up how your website text looks. Or you can also do background as well, but it really helps with the style. And then also there's precedence and what takes most importance in CSS files as well. So let's say, for example, on the right side, you can see that there are 3 different colors. Well, one of those colors have to be displayed. You can't have 3 colors being displayed at the same time. And what takes precedence here is the bottommost line. So in this case, it's green because green is at the bottom of those 3. You can also override the other rules by just putting the exclamation mark important next to the color that you want. And then you can also have different kind of areas like boxes. And with the boxes here, you can have the content in there, which is where you would put like your information, and there's padding around the content, which is just like a little area around the box of the content. And this padding is like transparent. You have the border, which is it goes around the padding and the content, and then you have the margin. Yeah, and then all of that you can just put it in the code, put it in there, and then just state how big you want it to be. Then you can also position your text or images or whatnot in different areas. So it's not just, paragraph form or going straight down. You can have like relative positioning, which is relative to like other elements, or you can always have it fixed in one area. Then it won't be affected by the other elements. And yeah, you can kind of see on the code here where the left side, you would have the position as relative for that divider. or on the right side where it's fixed position for that divider. And then you can also format the image in the same way. You can have it either like margins, like how far you want it from like the left or the right, how you want to display it, like what kind of border you want. You can change like the sizing of the image as well. There's a lot of different things you can do with the CSS just to make your website look fancier and cooler. And then you also have Flexbox grids. So these are just different ways you can create like containers, dividers, and more just like different items. And you can display things in different ways. And it's just additional stuff you can use to make your website a little more organized and nicer looking. And then finally, here's how we would link different fonts to your website. So again, back to the header or the head where we talked about like the metadata and different things like that, you can link it to different kind of fonts and what you would want the font to be. You'd want to follow that like link on the third line to where you actually link it to or the font style is. Or in this actual CSS file, you can select and change like the fonts in there, and that would specify what exactly the font you want it to be. Cool. And now Ben will take us to a quick tutorial of this and show an example.
Before we move forward, does anyone have questions that they want to ask? No? Okay. In the meantime, Kevin will be taking over the chat. So if you have questions while I'm presenting, just ask Kevin. So this is the link to the GitHub repository. So all the code that I will be doing today will be on this GitHub after the workshop. So you can always check it out afterwards. But right now, I'm going to walk through how it's done from start to finish on GitHub pages. So if you want to follow along, you can, but I recommend just watching. Okay. Give me 1 second while I find my tabs. Okay. Can everyone see my screen? Send something in the chat so I can know. Thank you. Okay. So this is your GitHub account. You're going to create a new repository. And you're going to call it your username. So in this case, I'm using the include Davis account. So that's my username, .github.io. And then I'm going to click add a README file. This is just so I can initialize the branch and make it easier for me. And then create repository. And because I named it include davis.github.io, GitHub pages should be initialized already. So by the time I finish putting all the code up, if I go to this link, I'll have everything to display. So let's open this on my computer. So I'm going to open with GitHub Desktop to make things easy. Okay, I think my screen just changed. Okay, can everyone see my desktop?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, so I'm going to open in Visual Studio Code. That's my main text editor that I like to use. So right here, you see that you have the files that you initialized, the README. I'm going to add an index.html. And then while I'm at it, I'll add a style.css. And I'll show you guys a cool shortcut. So if you put exclamation mark right here, it'll put all that stuff for you. So you don't have to memorize that. I'm going to call this Benjamin's portfolio website. So basically, a portfolio website, it can be anything you want. I recommend you just put a little blurb about yourself and then some relevant projects or anything you might want to share. So people, when they look your name up, they'll find all this cool stuff about you. So as mentioned earlier, I'm going to link the style sheet right at the top in the head. So it's gonna be called style.css. And then let's make the nav bar first. So I'm gonna put a section. Honestly, you can put div or section in this little area. Basically, a section is more compatible across browsers, so I recommend doing that. And then within this navbar, I put a navbar name. So in this part, I put a little emoji. I can also put, let's put something cute. Okay, I put a little person, and then I'm going to have the 3 buttons that will link to each of the pages on my website. So right now there's no styling, so let me just commit and push this up. So to commit, you go to the top left corner. There are these navigation icons. Click on the branch icon. It will show all the changes that you've made so far. Click the check mark and then type your message. This basically commits the current version on your local computer. So I'm gonna say added navbar basic. I saved that on my local computer, but I want that to be published on GitHub. So I'm going to click the 3 dots and then push. So in reality, that would work because you should be logged into the same account. Let me just do that really quick. So in settings, I'm going to give myself access. Give me 1 second. This is going to be really quick.
In the meantime, while Ben's sorting this out, does anyone have any questions? You can just drop it in the chat. Ben, there's a question. What was the shortcut you used to add the section code? It was just an exclamation mark, right?
Yeah, all you have to do is click exclamation mark and then enter. It should autofill.
So once
I feel like my emails are showing, but I respect you guys, so it's okay.
So I'm not sure about the video later. That might be something Julie can answer. I'm not sure. I'll message her and see what she says. In terms of viewing your site once the code is compiled, so you can either do that. So you can either do that directly through your computer. You can just like double click your HTML file and just open it, and it should just pop up. Or you can use like GitHub Pages or like different hosting services. Heroku is also a way you can view your website as well. Yeah, I think Ben just got it, so I'll let him take it back from there.
So yeah, I just clicked the 3 dots, push, and then voila, you see all your code on GitHub now. So I'm gonna move forward a little faster just because we have 30 minutes left. So if I want to check out my website, I'm simply gonna go to this URL. It might take some time to upload. I recommend you open an incognito tab, and then that will show everything right away. So you see I put home, about me, and resume. Yeah, pretty cool. So for now, I'm not gonna put my resume on here, but I linked that to google.com, and that's what the href is for. It basically makes this A stands for like the button. It makes it clickable and it will redirect to that page. Because I put an about.html page, let's put that here. New file about.html. And then the shortcut is Shift-1, exclamation mark, enter. And yeah. So after the navbar, you would want to style it because right now it looks a little funky. Yeah, so let's add some basic styling. So basically, I want to use this font. I set margin auto so everything is aligned properly, and then scroll behavior smooth. All these are not super important, but they're minor things that will improve the usability of your website. And you can look all these up on Google. So in order for me to use this font called Open Sans, I would have to go back to the index. And at the top where the metadata is, I will also link the font. And in order to find these fonts, go to Google Fonts. Or if you have an Adobe account, that'd be even better. You can link Adobe fonts. But you have all these options. And then once you click on that font, you can select the ones that you like. So I think I like this one. And then right here, they give you the code. All you have to do is copy it. And if I want like bold, I can select that one, that one, that one. And all the numbers will show there for the font thickness. And I copy that and I put it into my metadata. Let's add some more CSS. I think we can do some more. So I want my nav bar to be gray. So let's add a background color. And then I want the font size to be not too big, but not too small. So I set it to 20 pixels. And let's see. I also don't want it to be super close to the edge of the screen. So I added some padding, 20 pixels. Let's see if that works. And then I'm going to do display flex, which basically shows that I want the emoji and then I want these buttons to be in the same row. So if I put, this is the structure, it's important to have the structure. This is one box, that's the outside box. And I set display flex and then flex direction row. So everything in this box will be in a row. And then I want this to be its own little box, but I also want it to be to the side. So that's why I put it in another separate box. So I have that.
And there's a question in the chat. Like, why wouldn't you include all fonts? What's the downside? I actually don't know the answer to this one.
Oh, what was the question? All fonts?
Yeah, why wouldn't you just include all the fonts? What's the downside?
Well, it does come with the standard fonts such as sans serif and serif, which look kind of ugly. It's like Times New Roman and Arial. But I think putting all fonts is pretty, you're going to have to put a bunch of these style sheets, and that's not ideal. So if you know the font that you like ahead of time, just put that at the top. I don't know if that answered the question, but ideally you wouldn't want to put a whole bunch of style sheets at the top.
Nathaniel, let me know if it answers the question. If not, I can search it up a little too.
Okay. So I have the nav bar styling, but I want to style the buttons. The 3 buttons are in its own box. So I have to say display flex for those also. So I'm gonna say display flex, align items center. So if I want these 3 buttons to be all the way on this right side, there's something called space between. So I'll show you the link. Just look up Flexbox. And they have very cool diagrams that show how to make all these things possible. So basically, I am trying to show you space between. So I have 2 things and I want them to be all the way at the edge. That's why I use space between. But if I want the emoji plus the navigation elements to be in the center, I would do center. So yeah, this is a very nice website to visualize everything. So yeah, because I added that, I think that should be it to make my nav bar look good. I'm just gonna add one more thing to make the emoji the perfect size. So after I added all of that, I'm going to commit as usual. Added nav bar styling. It's good to have proper like documentation. So try to make your commit messages connect to what you were doing. I'm gonna push. Okay. Let's refresh and see if anything happens. Okay, let's just to speed it up. Incognito tab, include davis.github.io. There you go. Does that look nicer? Yeah, this is just one small portion of the website. There's a lot left to go. So I'm gonna start putting more code in. So I might have 3 pictures of projects that I want to show. So let's see how we can do that. So I have this nice picture of my project. I'm gonna insert it into my code. Yeah, this is my project. It's nice to organize your files on the left side just because you don't want it to be a mess. I'm gonna do a folder called assets. That's where all my pictures are gonna go. Okay. And then for the HTML, I'm gonna do another section for my work. And then within that, I'm gonna have 3 boxes. You can call those 3 divs. And those 3 divs are gonna contain those 3 images. And that's literally what the code says. You have your bigger box and your 3 smaller boxes, and inside those is the image. So I'm gonna go back to my style.css and let's take care of all that. So I called that section work. I gave it the ID. I forgot to mention this earlier, but if you use an ID, it's a hashtag. So I added margin auto. This basically centers it. Centering on a web page is kind of hard just because there's a whole bunch of ways to do it, but I like margin auto. It takes care of everything for you. And then I set the width to be 70 VW. Can anyone guess what VW means? Remember how I used pixels earlier? Why did I use VW now? I'll give you 5 seconds. Okay, so basically it means view width. So let's look right here. I want my content to only take up like 2/3 of the screen. I don't want it to stretch from edge to edge. So I set the width to 70 VW, which means like 70% of the screen size. And because I said margin auto, it's going to be in the center. And then I did display flex again, but I didn't do row. I did column because I would want all my projects to go like in a stack. So I can scroll down. And I added some padding just so stuff is not too close together. So now I styled the bigger box. Now I'm gonna style the inner boxes for each project. I also set display flex just so it can use justify content. This basically will center all the content inside of this container. And then you see margin auto again, and then some padding. But I didn't touch the image yet, so let's take care of that. And notice that I put a period. That means it's a class, and a class means I can use it for multiple elements because I have repeating boxes. That's why I put class. So the same style will apply to all of these. And then I'm gonna add a little hover animation just because that's gonna make things look cute. So yeah, this basically means on hover, I'm gonna scale the image 1.03, so like 103%. It's gonna be really small, but it'll add a nice touch. And that transition is 0.2 seconds long. Okay, let's commit. Sorry, my Siri is acting up. Okay. Added some projects and then push. Okay. I'm still on my incognito tab, so I'll just refresh. It might take a while. Did I add it right? Assets example. Yeah, it's in the right spot. You can always double check in the GitHub repository if everything's updating properly. Yeah, I added my projects. It's not showing. New incognito. Did I miss a semicolon? Okay, I'm gonna keep going. It's okay. I'm gonna add a footer. So it's like a little piece at the bottom. You can either put like your social media links or like a little message. I'm gonna put a cute little message at the bottom. It's gonna say, thank you for visiting my portfolio website, and then code it with love or coffee or whatever you want by my name. And then I'm gonna style that. So I put that in a box also. And I want those two things to be spread out. So if you remember, I'm gonna use space between when I use the flex container. So let's add that in. Right at the bottom. Okay. That should finish my styling for the index.html page.